What's up, you fucking losers? We'll be live in a minute. Oh my god, I fucking found one. People of various genders, welcome back to this nightmare in which we live. How's it going? Welcome back to the Rogue Room. I'm Abby. As you might have guessed, because my name's on the screen. Pog. What's happening? What's the news? What's going on? How the fuck have you been, cunts? I'm just gonna throw this out there right now. I seriously need to replace these fucking Ugg boots. I have to commit to the reality that I'm not going to be able to wear those again because the sole is like 75% off on one of them. I need to throw them out and get new ones, but I haven't done it yet because it's sad, okay? I've had them for years and they're finally at their end and I can't. It's not good. Anyway, just gonna do something. Big sad. Check my DMs on Discord. I will in just a moment. Hold on a minute. Okay, I just want to test this. Okay. Cool. Sweet. That's what I wanted. No, I don't want to do that. Because I set this button up last week. Where I could toggle the logo in the corner however much I like. Look at that. Isn't it cute? By the way, where look at how much boobies we've saved. Can I just, I mean, that number might change a bit, but I am going to take that all out of my PayPal soon and put it into a separate bank account that is harder for me to touch, and I'll just keep track of it. Because I can't put money into my PayPal. So as it stands right now, my Twitch payout is sitting in my regular bank account, and like most of this is sitting in PayPal. And I want all of it to be in one place. And it's annoying the living dick off me that I can't put my money into PayPal because PayPal just doesn't want to cooperate with my bank account. I'm fucking frustrated. Sorry. How has the weekend been? It's Monday. We're back from a weekend. And weekends generally mean that people have been doing things or not. So it's a lot of boobage. It is a lot of boobage. I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking to myself, holy shit, I could probably afford this. Maybe by the end of this year or maybe by like mid next year. I've set the goal in Streamlabs to like the 31st of December next year. So it's like, I mean, it doesn't matter anyway, because whenever I need to update the number, I reset the goal anyway. So it doesn't fucking matter. And I set the starting amount of like however much I have saved. So I'll get my basketballs. I'll get my big mummy milkers. And I'll be able to sit here and like have cleavage. I will be able to wear bras that give me cleavage. And I'll be able to bring in thirsty e-boys to give me more money to cover the bottom surgery. It'll be great. Oh, okay. I'll take a look and I'll see what it's about. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, that's a... the thing that I'm worried about is I mean, I'm obviously worried about what you've said there. Although I feel like maybe not touching on that topic specifically, but the way that the Facebook advertising thing, that's very grim. Holy shit. Anyway. Hello, Azezra. Hello. Hello, Kiara. You come in for cleavage discussion. Expect me to talk about my boobs a lot. Have a headache from spending the last 3 to 4 hours overhauling your stream stuff. Again, oh, it's exhausting, isn't it? But Facebook is fucked. It really is. It's atrocious. It's honestly like one of the worst platforms. On the subject of stream stuff, and by the way, I think my stream is running pretty smooth tonight. Fingers crossed it stays that way. I ran a stream test before, and it seems to be running good now. So we're all set. We're all fine and dandy. I did. You might have seen this, you might not, but if you... Oh, fuck off. Hang on a sec. Let me just fix that up. Where is it? Screen capture? This is what we want. You might have seen, you might not have, but I've overhauled my panels. I might add a couple more in there, but I don't know what. Just because, you know, I like the new style that we're going for. And also my header, which you can't see here, but it's on my YouTube channel and my Patreon and stuff. I've given those a little bit of an overhaul. I still want to redo my emotes at some point. I think I'm going to. I just haven't got around to it yet. It's exhausting to do graphic design, but it's also quite fun. And I wouldn't mind practicing it enough to the point where I can actually do graphics for other people and make money off it. But unfortunately, DDoS attack tonight. Oh my goodness, that's no good. I am so sorry. I think that's what I was going through last week when I was getting hate rated. I think somehow my stream or some... I don't know how this would work. Don't ask me. I don't know the tech behind this, but you know, last week we were experiencing some serious tech issues. The stream was lagging like crazy, and I think there was something involving those hate raids that was possibly having a DDoS effect on various streamers on Twitch. Taking time for self-care. Good, good. Meet that friend for that cuppa. I wish I could meet a friend for a cuppa. Fucking lockdown. We're still in lockdown here in Australia, here in New South Wales. We have got a bit of lockdown news that we're going to get into tonight, as well as some Kevin Rudd news. Because Kevin Rudd, Legend Rudd, we're going to talk about him a little bit. But anyway. What was I doing? What was I... Oh yeah, I was showing you my panels. So yeah, I've fixed these up. So hopefully they're a little bit more... a little bit easier for me to edit if I need to. And I put this in here because we have had a bit of a problem, even though the stream is marked as 18+. We have had some people come in and just say, I'm 13. And like previously to that point, they had been, you know, a member of the conversation. And it's like, if you're Just don't. It's an 18 plus stream. You're not allowed here. I hate to be rude, but don't get me in trouble. But anyway. Only flans. I should learn to make a flan. It sounds pretty good. Or flan. How do you pronounce it? I should learn how to make those. Anyways. Anywho. I want to get my crystal lizard and put him on my desk. Only Flanders. Yes. Here we go. Just have to have my crystal lizard sitting there because he's cute. Even though you can't really see him behind the chat and the support thing. You put him over here. There we go. Crystal lizards. Oh. Have to wear a thick cotton plaid while making it. Why a thick cotton plaid? I want to get a flannel. Oh fuck! Stop punching the microphone, Abby. Sorry. I want to get a flannel, mate. I want to go full lesbian and get a flannel, and then I can go around wearing that with my, petite little girlfriend that I totally have that I don't have. Fuck. Oh, flannel pun. Ah ha ha ha. Okay, I get it. I'm a dum-dum. Is the music volume okay? Are we enjoying the music volume? I wanted to start tonight's stream off, because we haven't really done anything yet. We're just sort of chilling here. I wanted to start tonight's stream off with some memes, because it's fun to make fun of certain people who are idiots. In this particular circumstance, I'm sorry, heterosexuals. You are the target tonight. I decided let's have a look at the Are the Straights Okay subreddit, because it'd be fun. So, let me just put a stream marker in here right now. Oh, hang on. I want to record it. No, I want to record. That's right, yeah. So, yes, here we go. I'm sure you've all seen, like, if you hang around, like, my kind of content and, like, watch maybe similar kind of content on YouTube, I don't know, if you watch the same kind of stuff that I watch, you might have already seen videos like this. Effective little cute meme reviews about stuff. I want to do a specifically queer meme review thingy, little segment, because it's amusing. Memes are amusing, and we haven't really done any really chill stuff, and I thought to kick off Monday on maybe a more light-hearted note, we could start by looking at some Are the Straights Okay on Reddit. So for those of you who are not familiar with this subreddit, they post a bunch of memes that have been posted by the cishets, generally speaking, unironically. But of course this is a queer subreddit where they're posting them and they're like, look at this shit that the cishets have posted again. Why do they think they are oppressed? What? And like the first one that I see right off the bat is this. This one's great. Okay. You'll never understand my pain. Trans people, LGBTQ people, minorities. I like how LGBTQ people. First of all, like this is a triple whammy here. Trans people are separate from LGBTQ people. What do you think the T stands for? And then minorities doesn't factor in either of those two. I feel like this is somebody taking the piss out of people who post shit like this. Seriously. sorry, straight white Christian males with all these different weapons in their back because they're so oppressed, guys. Did you know that the cishets, the Christian cishets who are also white, are the most oppressed social group? Did you know that? Despite living in, like, the best circumstances in modern society. Missing a lion gnawing on his noggin. It's great. Oh, make a name for yourself. That's not a meme. Who is throwing the knives if not the whites? This one's hilarious because of like how low res the pictures are. It's so annoying that just because I call myself... Oh my goodness. Emmy, thank you for the host. How are you doing? It's so annoying that just because I call myself a feminist, people automatically assume I hate men. I just support women's rights. Hello, I'm a men's rights activist. Why do you hate women? I mean, why do we need men's rights activists? Honestly. Why is there a social group arguing in favor of more rights for the group that has all of the rights? That makes no sense. I mean, I know there's other little things in there. Not you offline locos thing. You're all good, Emmy. I hope you're well. Hello, lovely people. Hello, Mia. How you doing? Just wanted to share that you're having major euphoria today. That's good. I like to hear it. I am too. It's a big euphoria day because I found a makeup look that makes me look like I'm, well, honestly, a little bit cracked out. But I mean, this is how I look normally anyway without makeup on. But it's made, I've exaggerated it and it looks pretty and I look pretty. Hello, Levi. How's it going? I look nice. Thank you. I'm glad to hear you're having major euphoria. Heck yes. That's what we like to hear. Why do you hate women? What do the comments say? Why do they hate non-naturally occurring hair colors so much? This is one thing I've never understood about these people. What do they have against dyed hair? Like, honestly, if I had the time and the money and the energy, I would be going like a platinum blonde. Honestly, I've been wanting to do like Ciri from The Witcher's hair for a while, but the energy involved and the money involved, you know, and I'd have to bleach the shit out of my hair. Would not be good for it. But, you know, what's the problem? It's unique. It's different. Why do they have a problem with people having unique hairstyles? I wonder what that's about. Huh, weird. Thinking dyeing yours black with purple tips. It sounds awesome. Or, like, I wanted to get, I kind of wanted to do the Rogue from X-Men thing. Like, keep my normal color and then just have, like, the white streak.
Thank you for continuing
Shay,
your membership.
thank you for the tier 1. I really need to fix up my alerts so that they're more interesting. Just caught some side of my Van Bracey type things. Yeah, they're pretty cool. These are pretty pog. I don't wear them often because I don't really do many looks that use these, but you know, they're pretty sweet. Anyway, if your hair allowed it, you'd go for silver hair as well. Sadly, you just kill your hair with it. That's what I'm worried about too. It's like I like my hair right now. It's nice and soft and long and looks pretty healthy, generally speaking. I get compliments on it, and it's like a big part of it is me thinking to myself, I really like the idea of dyeing my hair, but I don't want to kill my hair after spending so long growing it out and, you know, being nice to it. Anyway, more memes! What do we got next? No, they are not, and no, oh god, a 5-year-old child. What does it say? I didn't read it. So, when you're 5 and request your B-Day dinner be at Hooters. Son's 5th birthday 3 years ago. He wanted the girls to sing to him, but got really embarrassed once they put him on the chair. What the fuck? Just the existence of Hooters in the first place is so weird to me. Like, I was raised in a very feminist household, so I had this idea in my head, this upbringing, of like, oh yeah, we live in a society where women are treated in an egalitarian manner and they're not overtly sexualized anymore. And then I realized Hooters is still a fast food chain that still exists. And their entire shtick is the women's with the boobies are giving you food. Like, just on its own, that's disturbing. That's a very, the straight's okay. No. I've been to a Hooters. We have them here in Australia. They're not very common, but I've been to one and the food was like, it's alright, I guess. But still, it's like, it's literally a restaurant chain around breasts. What? Yeah, when are we getting femboy Hooters? One of my favorite things of the past few years from social media was when the actual Hooters Twitter account tweeted, why am I seeing so much about femboy Hooters or something along those lines? Like, they actually acknowledged femboy Hooters. And that was like the power of memes. Holy shit. I like my boobies. I like other boobies. I want Hooter boobies. I agree. Also, goth Hooters, yes. Just change the tank tops to black instead of white. Yeah, white. Nudist. I want a version of Hooters where everyone is dressed like a penguin. It's like any other strip club. I mean, true, but it's like it's a restaurant chain, like a family restaurant chain. It's like this is a society that is so heavily predicated upon the idea of shaming women for their breasts, and there's an entire restaurant chain designed around women who have got large breasts. Like, what? Huh? I have no problem with boobs. I love them. I wouldn't be trying to get massive ones myself if I didn't like them. But like, what? Anyway. You heard it here, folks. You heard it here, folks. You can't wear hearing aids because it's still feminine. Not my grandpa not using his hearing aid because he thinks it is feminine trait. Fellas, is it gay to hear? Oh, fuck. What? What even is masculinity? Honestly, what? What? If you hear, you're gay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, hearing is gay now. Okay, there's one here that's censored. I just want to see what this says first before we show it on stream. It might be okay. It's a DM. It's not a meme. Okay. Alright, let's just look at this because it's weird. People sending... I guess this is a Reddit DM. You are a horrible person. You're celebrating the death of a family man. I don't know who that's supposed to be. So it just says, what the actual fuck. What an attention-seeking little whore you are, posting pictures of yourself on a queer subreddit, begging for sympathy because you got fucked by a man and didn't like it. I'm assuming posted on a lesbian subreddit. Things like you, good England, has ruined our society. I bet good money you would have liked it if it was a tall and rich alpha fingering you. You would have been, oh my god! Wiggling your C word at him, and I say the C word routinely on stream, but suddenly in this context I don't want to say it. Fucking shallow bitch, your dad should teach you a good listen. What? Is there context? What got this asshole's response? Just curious. Person was celebrating that their uncle passed away from brain cancer. Also, the part that the guy conveniently left out of their rant was that the uncle was a pedophile who'd sexually assaulted multiple children, including the person they messaged. Family man? Pedophile uncle rapist. This is not where I was planning on taking this wholesome let's laugh at the straights meme stream, but, you know. There's another censored one. Let's have a look. Remember, family values, kids. Okay. Right. Hellbound abomination / mental disorder, sexuality flags, homosexual, bisexual, pansexual, transsexual, asexual, all listed with the F slur blurred out. I'm assuming the person who posted this on this subreddit might have censored them for everyone else's sake. And then heterosexual. That looks like a piss take. Like, I don't know if... Okay, America. Chill. Just chill a little bit. Just... Also, great comment. I love how this implies that any country that is not America is inherently LGBTQ+. Why are all the cute girls from that country that's got like the light blue, light pink and white stripes? Does anyone know? All the cute girls are from there. I don't get it. Anyway. Toxic masculinity, because when shit hits the fan, no one looks for a feminist. Do they not know what toxic masculinity is? They don't know what toxic masculinity is. They're not aware of this. Like, they get so worked up whenever you bring up toxic masculinity among the morons that have never even read the most foundational level of sociology. Toxic masculinity doesn't refer to the fact that masculinity is toxic. It refers to traits of masculinity that lead to, more often than not, misogynistic and abusive practices among men, right? That's what toxic masculinity is. And it's actually harmful to men too, it is. You know, it's when you are honestly, a lot of the time it's stuff like that alpha sigma male kind of shit. It's like if you're only a real man if you're this, and this. And that often feeds into really abusive and violent tendencies as an attempt to assert their manhood. You know, they try everything in their power to come across as strong and powerful and stoic, and in the process end up harming other people. There was a guy on Facebook earlier, because of course it's Facebook, Duh. Somebody posted in response to somebody else, and these first two people were not arguing. This person was just offering some explanation to someone who was asking a question. And they said, well, you know, different streamers would like to have safe spaces for their streams, like queer streamers and POC streamers and all that would like to have a nice, cozy space where they can hang out and relax with their communities and not be harassed. And this dude, this fucking man, came into the comments and just said safe spaces and then laughing emoji. And the conversation, you know, tumbled rapidly downhill from there and eventually got to this point where he effectively just admitted, haha, I'm a proud asshole. I don't give a fuck about people's feelings. And that's toxic masculinity on a base level. Like, that's effectively what it means, is like being so assured in yourself as to dismiss the feelings of other people because you think it makes you a big, strong, manly man. Sorry, but there you go. But of course, a lot of other traits of toxic masculinity are things like, well, desperately needing to be the man of the house, not expressing emotions correctly, like only ever expressing stuff like anger and frustration and sometimes like amusement, but never really actual sadness or anxiety or any of these other things. Like, they don't express any of the more feminine stuff. They keep that deeply repressed, and that becomes explosive and dangerous. And that's what happens to turn certain men violent and leads to things like domestic abuse and such. Like, it's not... Toxic masculinity is a very real thing. It is not all masculinity, you know. Real men cry. Can someone do the poll for Mia? I'll do it. Fuck it. I'll do it. Pool! That's not what I want. There you go. No. Super no. The so-called man of the house, that does come from religious and cultural background. Yes, it does. It's very, very steeply rooted in religious origins. No, I'm not a therapist, but it's very helpful to listen to you. I hope so, because that's like kind of what I want to do, though. Even if I'm not any sort of professional talky person, I do want, you know, the way that I speak to be able to help people understand things, perhaps. Even if, yeah, I'm not a therapist, true. So, but, you know, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Anyways. Here we go, another one. I don't know how many memes we're going to look at. We'll look at a few. So, probably a troll, but it's all a myth, you big-chested ladies. All feminist propaganda. Hooba booba. I would wear a good bra to avoid backaches. I don't really believe that tits hurt your back. It's mainly a myth created by feminists. I'd love to have you walk around for a few days with a set of double D or larger boobs. I bet you would have a different opinion after that. What what is... Okay, I have to ask. I mean, obviously the first person asking... first person saying anything is a man, you can tell. It's like saying, as a cis woman, I don't think getting kicked in the balls would hurt if I wore good underwear. It's just a myth created by incels. Like, a myth created by feminists? Why? What? 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 Why are men mansplaining breasts to women? How do they think this works? Oh, God. It's one of these. Oh, I hate these ones. XGF had G size and got a reduction. She could tell the difference within a few days. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Do I find in my close friend circles I'm the therapist and confidant? Not really. Honestly. Super no, the streets are super not okay. Who could have... Who would have thunk it? I don't know. I'm often very shy and reserved among my friend groups. I don't know when to speak, and I don't know what to say most of the time. So... Let me explain something to you that you experience every day and I don't. The trans experience. Literally every trans person every single day. Oh look, the cis people are telling us why we're perverts again. Pog. Like that one person just voted no. It's still correct. It still counts. 16 correct votes. Have I ever seen the straight pride marches? They're mostly people who look like they've never had sex with anything that isn't bought from a sex shop. Yes, I have. I have seen those. This one's... Ready? Are you ready for the racism, folks? Are you ready for the racism? Are you ready for this? Get ready for this one. Okay, it's racism time. I don't understand Chinese, but I totally agree with this. There's a reason I did my makeup to look extremely tired today. Because I'm fucking tired of this shit. God. Fucking hell. I don't know if this entirely belongs here, but I thought I'd share this with you. Okay. Oh no, an Omegle conversation. Let's see where this goes. You're chatting with a random stranger. Say, stand with Hong Kong against the CCP. You both like WLW. Okay, interesting. How can we stop girls from complaining about men creeping on them when it's the girls' fault for posting their sexual photos on social media, dressing like whores in public, and trying to scam money off innocent men in the first place? What do you want about men? Are you good? No wonder why people say girls have room temperature IQ. Well, if it's in Fahrenheit, I'm good. Fuck off, whore! Have you ever seen such a flawless own? Oh, goodness. It's not that the racism is funny, it's that they just... I mean, they think the racism is funny. Anyway. Oh, look, it's one of these... What is it? I don't know what that has to do with the Omegle topic. That was just... What? Anyway. Look, guys, it's this joke again. Now in comic form. Anything you say can and will be held against you. Boobs. Anyway, are you ready for the racism? Bloody hell. I text my ex while he's with his new girlfriend just so they can fight. I'd be like, you looked great today and I ain't seen the fucker in 6 months. Or you could move on. You could just not do that. If you... How... Can I just ask, how exactly does she know that they're fighting? Maybe the dude's just like ignoring the texts, or has explained to the current girlfriend that it's like she's a psychopath and I'm ignoring her, right? Like, I would just say that to the partner and hope they would trust me. I mean, is it just me, or am I the only person in the world, probably not, who goes out of my way to find relationships where it's not about fighting? I don't want to be with someone who I'm constantly fighting with. I've left relationships for that very reason. Like, I want to see what this one is. Because some of these that are marked NSFW are mainly just NSFW for the context. Oh, okay. We won't do that one. It's not technical. It's probably fine, but we won't risk it. Okay. Maybe not this one either. Okay, move on. Oh, God. I'm not doing anything relating to, like, ages. Ew. Gross. Okay. User-made levels. Are the straights okay? I mean, we know that. User-made levels. Why? Do you support LGBTQs?
Welcome, friends.
No. Yes. Sure. What the fuck? I don't know what this is supposed to be about. Anyway. We could do memes from Discord if you want. Reverse Uno cards. Anti-maskers ready to start masking to protect themselves from the vaccinated. Wait, what? The anti-vaccine conspiracy about the vaccinated is leading some anti-maskers and anti-vaxxers to contemplate wearing a mask and social distance. That's not really the same... It's not really the right category. Do we not... It should, oh, did we ever have a Streamclips channel? I don't know if we did. Anyway. YouTube ads, skipping that one. Don't know if it fits, but this was an ad I got. Oh, hang on. I don't know if this is safe. We'll have a look. There should just be just like in assorted media should be fine. Oh God, it's one of these. It's one of these things. How to see the girl. I hate this shit, dude. Fucking hate it. Okay, this, you might have seen this one. You might have seen this one. It got around Twitter a little while back. A guy ordering dessert on a date is a red flag for me. That's a female thing to do, for real. It's a red flag for me. For me! If a guy's on a date with a woman, the woman should be the only one asking for appetizers and dessert. Men eat meals. Like, seriously, you can just taste some of whatever I ordered. I'm sorry, what? Where the fuck did this come from? What is this nonsense? Jesus. Like, what? Since when? Like, yeah, look at this. Appetizers and desserts are gendered. Since when? It's like when you, ratio to or get out to, yeah, like, was she? Oh, not in this screenshot, sadly. Like, 1,207 retweets. Lots of comments and stuff. But yeah, like, not, I do recall seeing this tweet and it did blow up and there was a huge ratio if I recall correctly. Wild Bill has now turned his channel to supporting an independent candidate in Florida, so the Republicans have got so crap there they're losing their nutter base now. Yeah, have the fucking appetizer. Get yourself a strawberry cheesecake after you're done. Treat yourself, bitches. Men, get yourself that fucking souffle. Do it. And that garlic bread to start off. Alright, what's this one? Oh, no. Not doing that one. Okay. Okay. Me like food, me eat. Yeah, eat food. Do eat the food. Okay. Me thinks boyfriend is mad because he's being very quiet. Me, what you thinking about? About how bike tires are made. Ladies, we gotta stop worrying about boys are thinking because 9 times out of 10 is some dumb shit like this. I mean, that's not that bad. That could be worse. That's not that bad, honestly. Like, there was a TikTok recently, a little bit of a trend recently, I think, which I thought was cute, honestly. It was the cishets doing what cishets do, but it was the girl going, how I know my boyfriend or husband is not going to cheat on me, and then she walks into a room and it's just like laid out with all these hobby things that he's interested in, and as he walks in, as she walks into the room, he starts telling her about what he's doing with his hobby and all that, and it's like, it's adorable though, like that's cute. I mean, yeah, like the framing of like, oh, he's not going to cheat on me because he's got a hobby, but it's like, he just wants to share his hobby with his lover. That's cute. I love that. Straight, gay, whatever. That's adorable. Oh, no. On the inverse of that, the person who loves you more will fight with you daily without any reason. What the fuck is wrong with you people? What is this nonsense? Again, I don't want to be in a relationship with anybody that wants to start shit with me, ever. Get the fuck out of my house, cunt. So I'm learning about this boozy guy. He called out Lil Nas X because he was influencing boys that were trying to be straight. Then I searched about him on Twitter and read several tweets like this one about him. Disgusting. Is this true? Apparently he did that to prevent him to become gay. Boozy has not room to talk. He's talking about the kids, yet got his 15-year-old son a BJ. Difference is what he did is child endangerment and possibly an accessory to child molestation crimes. Nas is just living freely and being himself, which nothing he's done is a crime. That's the issue. That's weird. That's not a meme, but that's weird. If this guy has to try to be straight... Oh no. If this guy has to try to be straight, I have some news for him. Boozy also wondered why DaBaby kept getting cancelled after his homophobic rant. Yeah, I also don't understand anything. Rapper Boozy was shitting on openly gay Lil Nas X for the standard think of the children bullshit, while Boozy did much worse by paying a woman to suck his underage son's know. First, what the fuck? Second, what in the fuck? Third, what in the hell fuck? Oh, this is fun. I like this. Oh, God. Want a relationship with someone who talks with me when we argue instead of trying... Yes, exactly. Oh, my God. I am traumatized from being yelled at, from being in past relationships. I'm just like... Now I'm just like really scared of getting into a relationship. Oh, God, another one. They're all just like... Cisheads don't know how to have relationships. I swear to God. A former sprinter questioned whether the Olympic 200-meter silver medalist is definitely a woman because she ran so fast. Oh, let's get into this, shall we? This is the problem with all of the, quite frankly, transphobic restrictions for the Olympics, which, of course, is largely relating to hormone levels, I think.
I see you've brought guests. Welcome, friends.
Why do we... I can't tell if that's an actual raid or not, so I'm not really responding to raids at the moment, because, like, that's another raid we've had tonight. The other one was, like, the Groiper thing earlier, and I was like, is there an actual person? Anyway. And guess what race the Olympian questioning it is? Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing, like, any of these restrictions, which, I mean, I can understand why they do exist for the sake of fairness, especially with regards to trans people, but they start to use these different things to justify excluding people of color from the Olympics once they perform better than the whites. Strangely enough, you know. Yeah, we're doing Are the Straights okay? Okay, just a few cishets not being okay because I'm too ADHD to make 3 separate posts. Girl, are you a newspaper? No, why? Because it's a new issue with you every fucking day. Female teachers now, female teachers when I went to school. What? Okay. When Pikachu sees it for the first time. That's the only reaction I've got to these memes. It's just like, oh, for fuck's sake. Straights. Has no followers. Yeah, I'm just going to ignore that one. Oh no. You can't do this. Don't rush into a relationship. Be friends first to see if they got hotter friends. Men, you need to stop. I was trying to do another dramatic zoom there and I didn't have my finger on the button. Stop. Ah, wrong button. Anyway. That's not good. Let's see. What else? Is there anything? I think we're getting into like a kind of boring ones. It's time to stop. I think I had that sound effect, but it's not there anymore. I think I got rid of it. No. Let's have a look. What else is there? Yeah, I've gotten to the boring ones. Meh. Once you scroll down far enough, you start to lose all the good ones. Anyway, Wi-Fi died. Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Dream is to be the 4th husband in a poly marriage as the plucky I went to say cosmic relief, and I'm like, what? Well, there we go. We did some memes. There we go. What do we think of that? Was that good? Was that fun? I started finding boring ones. We'll try it again soon. There are other similar subreddits. Are the cis okay? Are conservatives okay? I think is another one. There's a bunch of them that are really like that, where it's like a bunch of people who don't know how to meme trying to make memes about things that just make you go, oh, okay, so that's how you see the world. That's kind of fucking disturbing. At any rate, if you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and yada, yada, yada. This is the first time I'm doing any sort of video like this over there, so, you know, we're still going. We're still going. If you want to, you know, join the stream at some point at twitch.tv/Abigail Beck, you can do that. Bye. There we go. That's a thing. Hello, Kaz. How's it going? I like recording stuff for YouTube now because it seems like a pretty solid way to make content, honestly. Like, we can do the content here live, and like the edited content can go up on the YouTube channel, and we can get some of the more dynamic shit going on. Of course I'm selling out. I want to grow the brand. Duh. I want more people to know who I am so they can come to my content and just like, yeah, based. Dynamic. You know it's not based, though? So let's just chill and let's just vibe for a second. Let's just vibe for a minute. Oh, I got zero energy for editing. Editing is such a pain. It is. You love my my hair. I'm glad you like it. I blow dried it today after washing it. And yeah, it has come out really nice, hasn't it? And like I had it down sort of partially over my face before, and I was kind of like, oh, I should do a fringe. Should do a fringe. I'll try to get a photo up. Let's have a look. I'll try to get a photo up. I am not based in the US, no. I am based, but I'm not based in the US. Like, this is probably the best you're gonna get. You know, my hair was sort of hanging down a little bit. And I was looking at it and I'm like, oh, I kind of look like I'm in a hair metal band or something here. I don't know what the heck I was going on with this one, but you know, pre-makeup and everything, you know. It didn't look too bad, but I'm like, have I considered getting a VTuber avatar? Nah, I don't want to do that. I'm not into the VTuber thing, honestly. I mean, it's cool for the people that do it, but I'm not really into it. You used to like editing, but then realized you couldn't listen to anything while editing. I agree. That's kind of frustrating when you're trying to put together a video, and it's like, I kind of want to listen to music at the moment, but I also have to edit the video, which means I have to listen to the video, which means I can't listen to music, which is fucked. It's a pain in the ass. But yeah, I'm in Australia, so not in the US. We do talk a bit about the US though, but tonight the majority of the stream content that we're going to be engaging in is Australia centric, except for this one. I did want to get this out of the way because this happened a few days ago and we weren't live to talk about it. So Activision accused of routinely dead naming trans staff.
Friends.
Can I do that again? Because they still... What the hell's going on with this? Why do they... What is going on? I'm turning my alerts off. Fuck it. Where's my alert box? I don't even know what my alert box is. No alerts for the rest of the night. Fuck yes. Anyway, let's do that again. Activision Blizzard accused of routinely dead naming trans staff. Is this just a new trolling effort? Anyway. Trans staff at Activision Blizzard are routinely dead named. It has been alleged, with one worker reporting that teammates refused to use their pronouns and instead made transphobic jokes. How lovely. Who could have been shocked at this? Who would have thunk it? Who'd have guessed? A new report from Kotaku details the working conditions of the quality assurance team, including long hours, low pay, and instability. It follows the wave of reports and allegations of sexual harassment and poor working conditions in the wake of the lawsuit against Activision Blizzard from the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing. According to the report, many QA employees work 50, 60-hour weeks, and although no specifics have been shared, salary rates are considered low. Activision Blizzard has since confirmed that overtime is voluntary. With many QA employees on contract, they also do not receive the usual company benefits. The report includes stories of trans employees being dead named. Many of the internal programs almost always default to legal names, according to one QA tester. Changing the name requires a complex process involving the HR department, but even then programs often repeatedly reset the names of employees. What the fuck? Why? This puts us at risk of being This puts us at risk of randomly being outed as transgender, which is incredibly disrespectful, says QA tester Andrew. HR is aware of this issue and has supposedly been talking with others to get the issue fixed, but this has been going on for at least a year. Andrew is trans and has received nothing but respect in regards to his gender identity, but not everyone has had that experience. Billy, another member of the team, requested that their teammates address them with they-them pronouns. Those teammates, all male, repeatedly refused. Yeah, this is completely expected. Who would have, like, you can't look at what's going on with Activision Blizzard right now and be like, oh yeah, it was just a sexual harassment thing, you know? This is an intrinsically toxic environment, and honestly, I'm kind of, it's upsetting to see this happening, but it's not at all surprising either. One squad member made the classic joke, I identify as an attack helicopter while sitting a few seats down from me, said Billy. No one said anything to correct it. Of course they didn't. When Billy contacted the HR department to request further sensitivity training for all staff, they didn't hear back for months. Upon joining, every Activision Blizzard employee is required to take training on our code of conduct, which they must then review and affirm manually. Annually, not manually. Annually, whatever, one of those. An Activision Blizzard representative has since told Kotaku. An anonymous tester surmised the legacy of Blizzard is all about you're working for Blizzard, aren't you lucky? But the reality is that we are constantly dealing with difficult people in a culture that cares little for mental health and expects the same kind of smile all the time as retail does. The only way for this to truly change is to change the culture and the attitude of the people in charge, which has always been the case, you know, as recently we've seen so many different things going on with that it needs to be an institutional shift. It needs to be an actual radical change. at a foundational level. The people in charge of this thing need to be the ones that are changing the culture, need to be the ones that are actively pushing for things to be better there, and they have no interest in that as long as they can keep churning out the videos, games, and making the monies. Insert the Reagan will respect your pronouns meme, and you can now be an NB war criminal meme. Why did they just sue? Like, I mean, I get it. Don't get me wrong, it's a good thing, but it's really weird to create a game based around the Cold War and include non-binary gender options, like, for the story mode. I'm so perplexed as to why they thought that was... It strikes me as rather tone deaf in a way, or like, I don't know how you can explain this. The WoW player base since Legion has dropped 43%. Well, yeah, a lot of people I've seen on social media talking about WoW have said that Legion was kind of like a pretty high point for the game, and everything since has been pretty significant drop off. But you know, I dare say this whole situation with Activision Blizzard now has probably taken a huge chunk out of their player base across their games. I would hope so, anyway. You know. Anywho, with that aside, that's just, yeah. Oh, I just... Why do game companies have to be shit? Why do video game companies have to be garbage? I'm not sure if you want to keep working in the industry anymore. You spent 10 years in the gaming industry and this just keeps getting worse. And yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. It's only one pronoun joke I know, which is, hey Michael Jackson, what are your pronouns? He... That one's not bad. That one's not bad. But yeah, the whole helicopter joke thing, like, how is it that they just keep churning out the exact same joke every single time? How do they keep getting away with that? I mean, I know exactly why it is. It's because those people in that sort of frame of mind, to them, as long as you are pointing at the insecurities of a person or you're pointing at stereotypes of a person, that's just hilarious. You know, and... You know, it's always punching down. It's from a position of privilege, punching down at somebody that you see as lesser than you, and you see them as ridiculous. You see them as fragile and snowflakey and all that kind of shit. Tried coming out to your supervisor as gender fluid. Didn't go badly, but had trying to explain what gender fluid was to a cis-het white guy. Not entirely sure he understood it. Well, yeah. I can't say I'd be surprised at that, honestly. Hopefully, yeah, hopefully it doesn't cause any issues at work. Fingers crossed. You know, if it didn't go badly, that could be a step in the right direction. Can you try a silly, innocuous pun in chat? Yes, you can. I enjoyed Legion, but building hero power, lore weapons, and it got scrapped. Warlords, and and I went, fuck this and left. Wait, was Warlords before Legion? No, Warlords was... Yeah, Warlords was before Legion. What? Anyway, I don't know. Whatever. Unfortunately, it's epidemic in all communities. The footy community is chock full of racist and sexist, etc. people. Just look at all the people defending Taylor Walker for being racist in his apology. As long as people are throwing money at stuff, there is little incentive to change. Exactly. Identify as female while I identify as supportive. But that's the thing, though, is like, I don't identify as female. I'm a woman. Like, that's not I identify as, and we really need to do away with that terminology. Quite honestly, because of how prominent the attack helicopter joke is, we really need to put that terminology aside and just dismiss it completely. It's not I identify as this, it's I am a woman. I am a girl. Or if you're a boy, I am a boy. Like a guy, man, woman, girl, lady, whatever. Because by saying I identify as, it's treating it as something that's kind of just like playing pretend, like playing dress up. That's the way that a lot of people see it as, you know. I identify as a millionaire. Give me money. Exactly. I identify as Oprah. I want $1 billion, please. So yeah, like the way that people look at it is when you say I identify as this. They, unfortunately, a very common train of thought among those people who make those jokes. Can somebody do Fox's poll for us, by the way? One of the mods /poll and then do the poll. What was I going to say? A lot of the train of thought of transphobes, the people who are making the attack helicopter jokes and all these kinds of things, they see especially trans people right now as being mentally ill, which I've made this point 1,000,000 times before. I'm going to make it 1,000,000 times again. they see trans people as those who've got some... I mean, the major problem is that people still think gender dysphoria is like a major mental disorder that dramatically cripples you and leaves you unable to live your life. And a lot of those people have this train of thought that we should be able to cure it, be able to cure this disorder, treat it in a way that they go back to normal, which means cis, and then those people can be functioning members of society, i.e. work at a gas station or whatever the fuck. You know, get a real job. But I know plenty of trans people who've got real jobs. So what does that mean? Like, it's not... The treatment for gender dysphoria, if someone feels as though they are the wrong gender, the treatment is transition. So even if you could look at gender dysphoria as a mental disorder, which, as far as I know, it's not. I don't think gender dysphoria... Like, transgender used to be listed as a mental disorder. It's not now. I think... Is gender dysphoria a mental disorder? Is it? It's... Like, transgender is no longer recognized as a disorder by the WHO. Gender dysphoria, which refers to psychological distress that results from an incongruence between one's sex assigned at birth and one's gender identity. So, I don't think it's a disorder in the typical sense. You know. It's like ABA as well. It's about the appearance of being normal, not making life easier for the person going through the therapy. Yes, ABA is particularly nefarious, honestly, because ABA quite specifically refers to what is called applied behavioral analysis, and what that tends to do with autistic kids. Give me a moment. Okay, so what the treatment is for ABA is not about treating the autistic child and giving them like a... What am I trying to think of here? Like, not trying to improve their quality of life and improve their circumstances and things like that. ABA, Applied Behavioral Analysis, is designed to turn the autistic kid normal, right? And the way that they do this is they spend time with a therapist, a practitioner of whatever this bullshit is, and they spend time training them to behave in a bunch of typical social situations so that they know how to respond normally. And this is typically, like, let's just say you're in a conversation with somebody. Are they going to shake hands? Are they going to say hello? Are they going to respond a certain way? Are they going to eat their food a certain way? There's a whole bunch of things. And effectively what it does, and it's generally referring to autistic people who are very dependent, so they can't effectively function on their own. They can't live on their own, sort of thing. They need to have a carer. They need to have a what's up with the banner? What do you mean? What's up with the banner? Is there something wrong with it? Anyway, a lot of autistic people, especially, look at ABA as being a form of abuse. Can I look at my stream banner? I can't while I'm streaming. Anyway, they look at ABA as a form of abuse because it tries to change an autistic child into something they're not and can't be. Autism is not something you're able to cure. Autism is something you might be able to treat in terms of, like, making them more comfortable, but you won't be able to cure autism, right? And a lot of people think that this ABA thing is a way of curing autism, but effectively what it does is it turns those autistic kids into, let me think, like someone who thinks in order to be successful in social situations, they need to respond a certain way, which just makes them uncomfortable, which just makes them very awkward and makes things more difficult rather than better for the autistic kid. And the reason that this form of therapy, quote unquote, is a thing, and there is a lot of backlash against it right now, like there are groups trying to criminalize ABA or like get legislation approved against ABA as a form of effective conversion therapy, right? Because that's what conversion therapy is. It's effectively torture and abuse designed to normalize whatever the target is. Whether that's autistic people, whether that's trans people, whether that's gay people, it's all the same concept of like, let's make you normal, right? Let's make you as socially acceptable as we possibly can. And yeah, there's a lot of blowback against this because ultimately what it results in is the autistic person being afraid of their autistic traits, being more stressed out by their autistic traits, and behaving in a certain way in certain social situations because they've been told to, because they feel they're going to suffer if they don't. It's like I guess, I don't know, training a dog to respond negatively to certain stimuli. You know, if a dog misbehaves and you shock it, if you get like a shock baton or whatever it is, remember I think I've seen people use those, or like, you know, just beating a dog or whatever. If it misbehaves, then the dog's going to have a fear response. That's effectively the same kind of thing that ABA is they tend to punish autistic children for behaving in neurodivergent manners that they are more comfortable with. And as a result, they end up having these sort of PTSD responses in certain situations. So, reverse Pavlov. Thanks to stupid Brexit, the immigrant workers could be professional carers. People with autism or other disabilities aren't available is really why I think Brexit is a stupid fascist concept that hurts society. Well, based on what I have read, it definitely seems that way. Yeah, it's genetic, you can't cure it, but you can manage it. And generally speaking, the management needs to either be on the parent, the carer, or the autistic person themselves, depending on how dependent the autistic person is. I don't want to use the terms high functioning and low functioning. Hello, Hecklin, how you doing? Because like I mentioned the other day, I am autistic and I fluctuate between being completely functional and being almost entirely dependent. And the problem is I live independently, so when I get into those moments where I'm like, I need help right now, I'm alone. I got to figure it out, and that's really rough. You know, I'm doing okay. How are you doing? Brexit wasn't engineered by Rupert Murdoch pushing borderline fascism and all. I mean, well, yeah. Just wanted to say I beat Nier Automata and remember having 2B. I haven't got 2B. I've got WoW. I've got plenty of WoW. I do want to play Nier Automata, though. It looks really cool. Soundtrack and the ending captured your soul. Can they tell what kind of autism? Well, no, because, I mean, I don't think so. I don't think they can judge how autistic a person might be. God, that sounds awful. I'm not playing WoW on stream at all. No way. But yeah, I don't think it's like Down syndrome. They can detect Down syndrome in the womb, but I think the only way that they can judge how severe someone's autism might be is by observing behaviors once they're born, once they're actually growing and developing. They can observe certain traits. You know, I wasn't diagnosed until I was 11. You know, I think I was 11 or 13, around about that. Assistance necessity fits better than X functioning to me. I feel like we're gonna get stuck in this problem. And feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on this. But, like, I mean, we do need the correct labels and the correct terminology for this. But I feel like in a lot of ways, we keep just jumping from label to label to label for certain things. Not specifically that, but, like, a number of things. Where it's like, we have a label for a thing, but we're going to jump to a new label because it's, like, less offensive. It's less... like, certain people perceive a certain label a certain way, so we change the label, but then we change the label again. But yeah, like high functioning and low functioning doesn't accurately describe autism is the major problem. Autism is a spectrum. It's a huge array of different symptoms, and no two autistic people are going to have exactly the same setup. You know, a lot of autistic people will behave generally the same. Like I've personally observed a lot of similar autistic behaviors I can speak. I've been among groups of autistic people before, and you do notice, like, we do tend to act generally the same way, but there were numerous different traits that they might have had that I didn't have, and all of that. There's not different types, it's just we have different symptoms, and some of us are more severe than others. Some of us are never going to be able to move out of home. Like, I live independently, but there are other autistic people I've met who are so severe they need to live at home with their parents or with a carer or something like that. Like, they can't function independently. I feel like the label wouldn't be as bad if it hadn't been weaponized is the main thing. If the label can be used in an effective way that doesn't harm the group, then it's a good label. Hello, Cleo. How you doing? Long story short, my brother is autistic, and when I used to work in childcare, a child came in and the conversation someone had with me about autism was that once their child turns 4, the bug will disappear from their brain and they won't be autistic anymore. Excuse me, what the fuck? That's the wrong thing. Anyway, there's my stream dashboard. You want to see my paused starting soon screen? Because I don't leave my stream running while I'm streaming. Meds are kicking in and you're riding your capsaicin high, so you need to sleep. Radio sounds good, Scoville. Thank you so kindly for being here. Have a good one. Suspect my dad is autistic as well because we act very similar. He's just insane good with math and I have dyscalculia. Oh, okay. I mean, that's what I've observed with my dad too, is like he's definitely got a few autistic traits that I think I share with him. Or at least the autistic traits that I shared with him. I think some of my traits have changed a bit. Thank you for the head pats. You know, I feel like my traits have changed a little while over the years. I'm nowhere near as bad as I used to be, especially with emotional expression. You know? Farron doesn't know what autism is or haven't looked into it. Best friend lives with her aunt. She's also autistic. Unfortunately, she's also an Essendon fan. We're all grateful for Auntie Karen. Lived alone for 6 years and oh god, that was a disaster. Yeah, the bug will disappear from their brain? Really? What? Peed out my autism. You just gotta go on a green tea detox soy cleanse and that'll cure the autism right up. I'm always astounded by the absolute ridiculousness of autism cures that get peddled around. I'm like, how on earth are these things supposed to cure autism? I'm genuinely curious. Does someone legitimately believe these things work? Ah, yes, the cleanse. Of all the fucking things this reminds you of, something from Clerks 2. Used to be high functioning, but that's because I thrived. Now that I'm super stressed out, I can barely do things that I love to do. Yeah, like executive function is executive dysfunction is a thing that I think a lot of autistic people struggle with. And the thing is, who watched Vosh's video recently? I was on a bit of a Vosh binge the other day. Forgive me. But he had, this is just, again, all of his videos are just highlights from his stream, but he's got this video that's up from yesterday, losing my mind at these ridiculous Sigma male female videos. And throughout the whole segment, when they're going through all of the different Sigma male traits, they're just traits of autism. They're just going, a Sigma male acts like this, a Sigma male gets stressed out in high intensity work situations or social situations. And so it's like, what was one of the most important ones that stuck out to me is like, a Sigma male will have like one good friend that they could spend a lot of time with, but after a certain amount of time they want to distance themselves and have some independent alone time, or they'll get too stressed out. It's like, that's literally just autism. And it was so many different traits of autism in the Sigma male video specifically. Then he reacted to a Sigma female video, and holy shit, the misogyny that came out in that. It was deranged. Holy fuck. I won't go into details, but it was some serious, like, effectively just referring to Sigma females, as if such a thing exists, as these Black Widow femme fatale types that live for revenge. I'm like, what the fuck is what? Anyway. One of the loud autistic people who wants to be a friend and tell you every little fact about me. You will know my life story and then some. Which is fun. Been diagnosed as high functioning, but it's sessions of high intense focus and nothing can fucking stop me, or the past few days not getting out of bed till 1 a.m. Well, yeah, like, the reason I brought up the Vosh video is like the executive dysfunction thing. A lot of the points in the video, I think it repeated itself quite a few times, was talking about how, you know, not autistic people, Sigma males like to focus on certain tasks and they can really, you know, get stuck into certain tasks, but then there are certain times when they're, so completely drained and can't do anything, and it's like, that's executive dysfunction. It's like, I have certain things I can do really well at, but there are other days, and it's the spoon theory thing again, right? There are certain things, or certain days, certain times, certain events might trigger a period of intense executive dysfunction where I just can't do shit, cunt. you know? And like, if I have to do things, it stresses me completely the fuck out, and I effectively have to force myself to function at incredible stress to myself, you know? Either that, or I just lay down. But I don't want to do that. Anyway, we're talking about autism. Yes, we do. We are. I don't know if this is relevant to the convo, but apparently my dad raised me in a way that parents normally raise kids with, subsection of autism I can't remember the name of, and it worked for me. And on top of that, womb donor has said some of the stuff. Womb donor! Oh my god, that's a new one. I've heard sperm donor many times, particularly from women in my life. Either mothers or daughters. Have either, you know, daughters who've referred to their dads as the sperm donor, or mothers who've referred to their ex as the sperm donor. Have not heard womb donor before. That's a new one. Has said some of the stuff I do is very spectrum of you. Spectrum. Direct quote, but neither of them think I need to be diagnosed, which is annoying as fuck. That would be annoying as fuck. Can I... Oh, yeah. We'll do a flex. Womb donor, it makes me laugh too, doesn't it? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty pog. Alright. Thank you for giving a hex, Soul Reaper. Alright. Let's do these things. More of a womb rental. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Okay. I don't know what this is. I hope this doesn't hurt. I'll tell you if it does. Oh, okay. It doesn't. We're all good. I can't see anything there. Can you see anything there? I can't. Right about here-ish. I don't know what it is. But it feels like I've already got my Vax jab, and they just broke the needle off in my arm and left it in there. I don't know what's going on, but there is a distinct stinging pain right in my tricep. It's not like having pulled a muscle. I'm worried I might have torn something, actually. I don't know. I feel like I'd be in more pain if I'd torn something, though. There's just this stinging, and it's... Oh, I don't know what it is. I need to see my doctor, but it's making it hard for me to move my arm enough. So, you know, I'm trying not to use it too much. I'll do a flex on this arm from now on. There we go. There's nothing there. There's no bruising. There's no redness. I thought at first it might be just like sunburn, but like that doesn't do anything. So it's not. I'm not sunburnt. I've been walking around with a... I don't know. Maybe I was stabbed with a Morgul blade. Maybe I was. Random, but I'm addicted to the best friends theme. Best friends theme? Hugging pillows or large slushies helps me calm down and relax when I'm upset. It's great and helps me sleep. I've got... The shark is my cuddle buddy for bed, by the way. Just so yous are aware. I look gorgeous. Thank you. Thank you, Mallory. I'm glad that my makeup turned out how I wanted it to. You know what I looked up? I looked up tired girl makeup. Because I realized, like, this is a vibe. This is fucking cute. Look at me. I look exhausted because that's how I live my life these days. Shork. Also, I probably shouldn't keep using that camera. There's something over on that counter that I probably should have put away before stream. Oops. No, I don't have not until next month. I get 5G next month. And then after that, I'll get my second shot 3 months later and we should be all fine and dandy. Fine and dandy Andy. Thank goodness. Also, I think Australia has secured at least 1 million more COVID doses from Poland. Was it Poland? I think it was Poland. Which is pog. Very pog. And you know, the issue with the vaccine thing at the moment, and the issue with the fact that New South Wales and I think Victoria are both in lockdown right now. Is Victoria still in lockdown? I can't recall. But New South Wales is, at the very least, where... You know, we're trying to keep, you know, cases low, trying to keep things as, you know, we're trying to prevent people from catching this more and more and more, but it's not working. And the major reason we have to be in lockdown in the first place is because we don't have enough vaccines to go around, so we can't get people vaccinated fast enough. And, like, once vaccination rates start picking up, I hope that will mean... Fingers crossed, less case numbers, less deaths. There haven't been that many deaths in New South Wales as far as I recall. There's been a few, but not like America case numbers. You know, I'm hoping, you know, we get those vaccinations soon and we can go back to normal, so to speak. But the problem is people are worrying that, you know, this Delta variant might be... I think I read somewhere people are worried that the Delta variant might be resistant to the vaccine. So I don't know if there's anything to back that up. Extended it with 2 weeks and reintroduced the curfew. Yeah, there was a Jewish wedding of I think it was 68 people, resulting in $350K worth of fines. Hang on. Let me look this up. Still prevents severe disease. Well, that's good. That's good. Yeah, like, I mean, I know the, Abby, what's up, Hecklin? I think I know the, what am I saying? Like, I'm aware that you can still get COVID even if you have the vaccine, but you won't get anywhere near as severe symptoms. You're going to survive it if you've had the vax. You were on vacay within the country where we had to be careful of the Delta variant. Yeah, that would suck. Like, imagine if you'd gone on vacation and then it's just like, oh, shit. They passed it off as a group therapy session. They can go fuck themselves. Victoria COVID, Melbourne engagement party, attended by positive COVID case. People in Melbourne's inner southeastern suburbs are on high alert after a guest at a crowded engagement party last week, attended by dozens of people, tested positive for COVID. Video seen by The Age shows a gathering of people listening to a man giving an engagement speech to a crowded room of well-dressed guests at what appears to be a private residence. Clearly this is legal, the man says to the room, because this is a group therapy session. The crowd, made up of men and women from young children to middle-aged, laughed at the joke. Thank you so much to everyone who came here tonight. Private and public gatherings are not permitted under Victoria's strict Stage 4 lockdown, which began on August 5. Weddings are allowed in exceptional circumstances, but are always capped at 5 attendees. The Age has chosen to run an audio recording of the speech and some still images, but not naming the people in the video to show their faces. When contacted by The Age, the mother of the man speaking in the video, who was also in attendance, said her family was reeling from the experience. My son is broken over this. Sentinel Island probably has no COVID, which is great because there's no way to give them vaccines. True. True. On Sunday, health authorities said a mother and son from Melbourne's tight-knit Orthodox Jewish community were among the state's new coronavirus cases. Health officials told community leaders in meetings on Saturday and Sunday that the 2 new cases might have attended a large gathering in recent days. The Age has confirmed that the video, which was sent by multiple sources from the Orthodox Jewish community, is from the gathering being investigated by health authorities. And there we go. Going back to normal isn't an option. African countries except for Morocco, South Africa aren't vaxxed because their countries are poor and priced out, so expect a lot of deaths from those countries. Well, yeah, there is not going to be a new normal. More dangerous variants to come out and be spread everywhere. It's going to be very, very tricky. I can't predict the future on this, but it doesn't look hopeful. You know, you should take a look at Time Clover, as she's this funniest Mad Australian girl who's quite fun. Reminds me of my niece Amy. She's interested in everything from jam to quantum mechanics. Interesting. They got severely bullied. They deserve it. So hyped that you got vaxxed so quick. 30-ish% of our country is still hesitant, but Canada has been killing it. Well, that's good. I'm not really into SCP stuff. I've read a few of the more well-known ones, but I haven't really been into SCP over much. I mostly know of a few things like The Flesh That Hates, and that one that's that weird, awkward-looking statue that stands in the corner of the room, but then it sort of like, what's the, like those angels from Doctor Who or whatever it is, and kills you? I don't know. I don't really follow it all that much. It seems neat, but I'm just not into it. Weeping Angels, those ones, yeah. That was actually, I've seen that episode, and that's like the only Doctor Who episode I can stand. Thanks for 3 months of excellent lighting and good chats. Thank you, T. Sorry for the alerts being off, but we keep getting harassed by one viewer raiders that are just bots being assholes, so we've turned alerts off for the night. Thank you so kindly, T. Hate how Australia has fucked the vaccine up. I want the vaccine more than anything, but I can't get it. Doctor says no to the AZ for me. Then you have ads and stuff demanding you get vaccinated. Yeah, I fucking hate that. I really hate that they're trying to advertise to us to go get vaccinated and like, we literally cannot. Like, we don't have an option here. This is not our choice in the matter. Oh my god, why do I look so tanky right now? Sorry, I just caught myself in the camera and I'm like, I'm just sitting here. I'm just literally sitting here and my muscles are going, hey. So many get the jab ads. Exactly. It's like, can you not? We can't. Like, what do you expect us to do? There was a good TikTok about this, because I've been getting on TikTok lately. About, like, they keep telling us over and over again. It's like, oh, well, what we really need to do is we need to get the population to mask up and stay home and get their vaccines as soon as possible, so you go get your vaccine. It's like, okay, I'm off to get my vaccine. Oh, wait, you can't go get your vaccine yet, because there are none. Oh, God. Have they abolished the patent on the vaccine yet? I don't think so, but I did see something about the vaccine patents recently. I don't know what it was, but it looked mildly hopeful like maybe we would be able to drift in that direction soon. What's wrong with the AZ? I don't know. Certain people might just be more at risk than others. I did see something positive, though, as someone who's on HRT, which does increase my risk of blood clots. It is said that the AstraZeneca, for those trans people who are on HRT, are not at any more significant risk of blood clots as a result of both the AZ and the HRT. So that's a plus. So I'm getting the AZ. You know, almost like the Morrison government are gaslighting the population or something. What? Why would they do that? I can't imagine the Morrison government actually lying to its population and treating them like they're the people who are responsible for all of this. Caught COVID a month before you can register for the vaccine. Oh my gosh. I hope you're okay now. I hope you don't suffer any long COVID symptoms. Goodness me. Heard there was a push to abolish the patent, but nothing after that. Yeah, I think I heard the same thing. Internal injuries, and you're on the contraceptive, so the doctor said hold off till the injuries have been dealt with. Oh god, no. Got told to watch your cholesterol is the only thing. And Gladys's press briefings feel like gaslighting. Like, yes, we know stay home and get vaxxed. It would be really nice if we could get the vaccine, but your boss bollocked up the rollout. And you didn't manage to lock down Sydney fast enough. But sure, it's all our fault for going to Macca's. Oh, gosh. The Chinese vaccine Sinopharm. What? Got the J&J. Do we have the J&J here in Australia? We've got AstraZeneca and we've got Pfizer, I think, and that's it. I don't think we have any other ones. Can't talk about this without getting angry. Understandable. I mean, I'm frustrated as all fuck with this situation. I'm pretty sure it's just Pfizer and AZ. Pfizer. Had your second Moderna last Tuesday, but I had weird symptoms till Friday. Had high temperature and joint pain. Basically spent 48 hours in bed. Oh my god. That sounds awful. And that's from the vaccine. Like, that's... Got that Sinovac back, sadly. So what's the problem with that? I don't understand. Have a lung disease and have been treated for clots as a result of complications related to pneumonia, but even then, pulmonologist said it wouldn't be that dangerous. That said, I have a huge team because you have PAP. It's rare AF. I mean, at least you've got a team behind you. Got your first Pfizer jab last week. Any outstanding symptoms from it? Indonesia's vaccine deliveries. Okay. Moderna is coming in September. Okay. Well, I'm getting AstraZeneca in like midway through September, so in about a month. Ever since you watched Jimmy Ree's Meanwhile in Brighton. Oh, let's watch it. Let's. I'll give that a look because I'm particularly amused by Jimmy Rees because he's an Australian comedian who I know most for being Jimmy Giggle, who's a character from ABC Kids, right? So, like, on ABC Kids, the kids network here in Australia, kids television network here in Australia. Oh, ow. Fuck, there's my arm again. Jesus. Yeah, we'll watch this clip. We'll watch this video of him. So there's this thing on ABC Kids, like in between the different shows, they'll have a little a little segment. Excuse me. That's called Giggle and Hoot, and it's Jimmy Giggle, Jimmy Rees, in like this colourful, wanky costume. I'll look him up really quickly. And a bunch of little puppet owls, the main one being Hoot, and then they started adding more of them over time. And recently, I guess, like this guy, he's retired from the Jimmy Giggle role. They're still playing the clips, like they must have recorded a bunch of them. They're really short, like 1 to 2 minute segments, right? And, you know, they're fun for the kids just to break up the shows, generally speaking. And now he's gone over to YouTube. He's got a YouTube channel, and he's doing these skits. I don't know how you would describe it, but we're going to watch one, because he's actually funny as hell. He's got 69.2k subscribers. Of course, he's got 69.2k subscribers. Nice. Anyway, Meanwhile in Brighton Part 7. How many has he done? Oh my god, we'll just watch the latest one.
Darling, have you heard? Heard what, darling? About the Faz! The Faz! They're trying to change its name, darling. Change the name of the Faz! Yes, darling. Well, what are they going to call it now, darling? Oh, you won't believe it, darling. Don't tell me they've named it after Kim Kardashian, darling. No, darling. Gina Liano? Gina Liano. No, darling. It's Community. Community? Yes, darling. Community.
Oh my god!
Community. not the fires. Ah!
My daughter has that headband. Oh fuck! Sorry, I shouldn't be losing my shit at that. But I just noticed it's like, my daughter literally has that headband he's got on right now.
No, darling, when people ask, I'm supposed to say, oh, I've had the community. Yes, darling. Right. And what about the AZ? Is that still called the AZ? No, darling. Well, what's that, darling? It's the Vaxavria. The Vaxavria. Vaxavria. Oh, darling. They sound horrible, don't they, darling? The Midwick ladies' tennis team will not approve of this, darling. Oh, I know. But, darling, there is some good news. Tell me the Camberwell ladies have forfeited this week, darling. No, darling. We still have to play them on Wednesday. Oh, but, darling, they always bring... Oh, I'm feeling sick just thinking about it. They always bring Moe and Shandor on. It's no Ruina. But no, darling, that's not the good news. Well, what is it, darling? Oh, it sounds so chic, darling. Darling, don't make me wait like this. I can feel the muscles in my face regaining control. Oh, sorry, darling. It's the modern air. The modern air. Yes, it's almost here, darling. It sounds so European. European? Oh, it does, darling. Well, when's the launch party, darling? Oh, I don't know, darling. We must get a ticket, darling. Perhaps they'll launch it at Fashion Week, darling. Fashion Week?
Cup at the
Yes,
very bottom
Fashion Week. Darling. Yes, darling. No way. We could be the models, darling. The modern models, darling. Oh, darling, this is better than your idea to buy that Pfizer blood from overseas. We'd be the toast of the town, darling. So modern and so chic. We could be on the cover of the Brighton Weekly, darling. Amazing, darling. We need those ticks. Tony.
Yes, darlings.
You need to get us on the runway at Fashion Week, darling.
Sorry?
You heard me, Tony. You used to work in PR, Tony.
I did, darlings. But I don't think I can get you on.
Shut up, Tony. You're wasting valuable time.
Okay, darlings. But did you hear?
Hear what, Tony?
There's an Exposia site.
An Exposia site?
Yes, darlings. In Brighton.
No way.
Where?
Well, where, Tony?
At a car yard, darling.
No, not BMW.
God, as someone who has done like character work where I've bounced off myself and had to record like numerous different responses for like one character and another character, the amount of effort he must have put into this is staggering. This is called Meanwhile in Brighton, Part 7.
Yeah.
No, darling. Not BMW.
At Mercedes?
Not Mercedes. At
Brighton Mazda.
Oh. You haven't been there, have you, darlings?
No, Tony. We wouldn't be seen dead there, Tony. Didn't even know it existed, Tony. Now get us to Fashion Week, Tony.
Okay, darlings. Yes, I will just make a call.
To be continued. Oh my god. He's great. That's Jimmy Rees. Australian comedian. Gonna cosplay this when you get home. Hello, July. How's it going? And Amelia. How's it hanging? What's going on? Hello, folks. Oh god, he's great. He's fucking great. I've always honestly, he was just like, he's got a flair for theatricality, as you can see. I admire him greatly. Oh, I wish I'd been a theatre kid. Then I could be really just like obnoxious with all of the content that I could create. There is still time, I suppose, to get into theatre, but you know. Kay, a comic called me a hack for this joke, but I'm still going to try it in chat. Then I have to go. Radio, sounds good. Hit us with it. Did I see a few years back when the original Wiggles lineup played a gig at their pub for their now grown-up fans? I swear there's nothing quite like watching a pub full of pissed millennials singing along to children's songs yelling, "Wake up, Jeff!" I think I had food poisoning yesterday and I forgot how exhausting it is to throw up all day. It really takes it out of you. Takes a lot out of you. That is good. That's good. Yes. You know what? That deserves this. Anyways, we're just kind of vibing right now. Oh, fuck me dead. Oh my god, I still don't know what the hell's wrong with my arm. It looks like I've been scratched there, actually. But by what, and why is it causing me so much pain? What? It's like a tiny little nick that you wouldn't be able to see on this camera because this camera doesn't detect any finer details whatsoever. I'm surprised that these cameras can even pick up, like, my beauty mark. They're so shit. I have 69 viewers. Pog. Nice. Feel validated. Radio Pentagram. Have a good one. Smudge use poison stingy mustard. Oh, goodness me. Doing a bit of... Do you like my filthy, dirty armpit hair? Because, like, I'm one of those girls who doesn't shave her armpits. Oh, goodness me. Oh. Guns. I can flex okay. I'm not looking forward to upper body day in a few days, though. So tomorrow is... Today was a leg day, tomorrow is core day. And then Wednesday will be upper body, which includes biceps, triceps, chest press, shoulders, back, upper back, lower back, rather. So I'm going to have to use those muscles, and hopefully the pain's just gone by then. Anyway. Free flex. Back in 1991 and 1995, the last Taliban takeover led the genocide of the Sufis, Shiites, and roughly 3 million Afghan Buddhists, so really the lack of international planning will lead to another genocide. I've been hearing about the Afghan situation at recent. I have not looked into it yet. I don't know what's going on there. It's not something I had on the agenda for tonight's stream, but we could look into that if you want. I don't know exactly what's happening. Something about Afghan troops? I don't know what's going on. But I will say this. I will say this thing that I have certainly noticed on the social media. Oh, that's out of date. My goal, trying to reach $8,000. It's actually closer to $9,000. I should just change it. There was something. There was a thing that I saw. Let me have a look and see if I can find it. Basically, here we go. Lilith Lovett has posted it. This was a tweet posted by a TERF. Incels know what a woman is. Taliban know what a woman is. Left-wing men, woman is so indefinable. If it's anything... Hang on, let me open a new tab. It's a quality of wanting subservience to be sexually abused. Such a turn-on. If you don't see the obscenity of it now, I don't know what will make you see. The TERFs are now aligning themselves with incels and the Taliban. And it gets worse. We'll open this one over here. No, when you decide to. There we go. The Taliban know exactly what a woman is without having to ask preferred pronouns. Why do you think that is? Actual derangement syndrome. What the fuck? Once you start aligning yourself with terrorist groups, you have to realize you're on the wrong side of history, surely. In response to those tweets, let's have a look. Issuing a correction on a previous post of mine regarding the terror group ISIL, you do not, under any circumstances, gotta hand it to them. Really though, like, what in the actual fuck is this? Why? I mean, there's more important things regarding the Taliban and regarding Kabul and all of these kind of things going on than TERFs agreeing with them, but... Come the fuck on, you can't be serious. You cannot be the fuck serious right now, TERFs. This is not how you get people over to your side, sweethearts. Good lord. Since when did the left want submissive women? That's not even the point, honestly. Just want to point out the Taliban has literally executed trans people. Yeah, why do you think the TERFs are aligning with them? They like that. They agree with that methodology. They're so close to being self-aware. It has to be a piss take at this point. I feel like it's almost a parody of itself. There's no way it's not. It's not reasonable to assume that these people are real people. No one is this insane. Oh. Anyway. There's my socials if you're not already joining in on those. If you're not already in on my Twitter, if you want to join my Discord, I've really simplified all the roles on there now, actually, as well. So if you want to join my Discord, I still haven't set up like the waiting room thing for it. I'm hoping to do so soon, but at present, you know, it's pretty you know, fluidly set up at the moment. It should be fairly accessible, because I had a whole bunch of roles in my Discord that were just superfluous. Like, I had a PS4 and an Xbox and a Nintendo Switch role that would unlock channels for those things, and I'm like, who fucking cares, honestly? So I just trimmed that down way much. So my Discord's a lot simpler now. Subscribe to my YouTube. I am going to be doing a proper scripted theatrical video soon, I promise. And we got a Facebook page, which they've recently changed the way the Facebook pages work, which is interesting. I think that means I can technically join like streamer groups and post in streamer groups as my streamer page instead of my usual self or whatever it is. And also TikTok. I'm on TikTok at the moment, so we're trying our best to post more TikTok content. Someone get rid of the TERFs, please. Maybe they could travel to the places with their favourite people, like Afghanistan. Not the first time the major TERF YouTube gang called the Honey Badgers, who are also MRAs, infamously claimed suicide bombers were doing it because women were not having sex with them and they were being macho. Good God. Actually, there's a good thread by everybody's favourite person that they keep saying I look like, but I appreciate it, but I still don't see the similarity. Anyway, so, for those of you who are not aware, there was recently a shooting in Plymouth, in England. There was, yeah. Let me see if I can just find an article on it really quickly. Is there just a single article that outlines what happened? But anyway, this is not about TERFs, but it is about incels. And Natalie, our absolute queen, I don't care if you don't like her, the latest of these killers to whine about missing out on teenage love as if teenagers everywhere are enjoying thrilling erotic escapades. They aren't. It's imaginative envy, ephemophilic FOMO. The killer's contempt for women is fueled by frustrated desire for women. He calls women sluts, whores, shallow, meaning he imagines them fucking everyone except him, and he feels shame and humiliation at that rejection/failure, though he may not in fact have tried very hard. His effort, going to the gym sometimes, waiting to be rewarded with a promised deserved loving GF, has failed, so he blames women, blames society, the rigged system, and takes revenge. Victims are randomly chosen and of both sexes, stand-ins for the omnipresent enemy. Oh yeah, FOMO means fear of missing out for anyone who doesn't know that. It's often explained as male entitlement. I can read. Often explained as male entitlement, and yeah, the promised deserved thinking is entitled, but aren't girls also raised with unrealistic expectations set up for later disappointment? Yet entitled women don't go on killing sprees when Prince Charming doesn't arrive. Hello, Envy, how's it going? Isn't it that humiliated masculinity redeems itself through Why can't I read? Retributive violence, that power and dominance are masculine virtues, bitter, disappointed women instead tending to moral fanaticism but not physical violence. Making fun of incels is probably counterproductive. It piles onto the shame and humiliation. I think she meant to say what they need is to unlearn their poisonous thinking about sex, age, masculinity, and happiness, but that's on them. Most of us are out of patience, which I fully agree with. I just thought that was worth bringing up because, yeah, the guy involved in the shooting definitely was an incel. Like, I haven't actually read about the shooting itself, but it happened over in England, which is in Devon in the United Kingdom, which is tragic. It's awful, and we don't like to hear about it. But regrettably, it's one of those things where it's like you're not expecting to hear this kind of thing from the UK, you know. FOMO makes me think of a song I found a while back with a lyric that just saying that homophobes just got the FOMO. They do. Bet he never asked out a woman or anything. I bet. I guarantee it. These guys are aware there's things to do other than fuck, right? Okay, I'm going to open up. I'm going to open up a little book of teenage repression for you. I wouldn't say I was necessarily an incel, but there was a significant portion of my depression when I was a teenager that was related to the fact, and this is coming back around to what she mentioned earlier about the ephebophilic FOMO. This is honestly, in my personal opinion, an indictment of the way media treats teenage relationships. There is far too much media fascination with portraying teenagers as being these, and don't get me wrong, teenagers are definitely horny, but there's this obsession with portraying teenagers as these people that are just getting around all the time doing all of the fucking and the sexing. And it's stuff that happens on like Disney Channel, and it's stuff that happens on like those CW shows, the ones that are like, or like those Netflix shows. What was it? Was it like, Riverdale or whatever it was, where, you know, another one of those shows where it's like 36-year-olds playing teenagers. Anyway, like any of those kind of shows where they've got this really very close to sexualized interpretations of teenagers with these ridiculous visions of, you know, relationships and sex and sexuality and all those kinds of things that feed into a lot of these behaviors. And I don't think necessarily this guy was watching those kind of things, but there's certainly a lot of media broader than that portrays teenagers as having way more action than they're actually getting. And then as a result, it's the FOMO thing. And I definitely had a period in my life where I was just like intensely depressed by the idea of the fact that I didn't have a girlfriend or wasn't having sex and all that kind of stuff. So I get that particular point. I'm not justifying it or anything like that. But I think that's probably a thing that a lot of people are experiencing without realizing it. Men and women alike. And NBs. I should really just get into the habit of just saying people and not referring to men and women, but I'm still stuck in that fucking stupid social binary mindset. I'm trying to break it, I promise. But just like, overall, it's not just young men that are dealing with these feelings, but like Natalie said in the post, young women aren't going out and committing shootings over it. And again, it comes back around to the toxic masculinity that we were talking about before. Men are given a lot of value based on whether they can secure a sexual partner. And generally speaking, that's a woman, someone who can eventually become a girlfriend and a wife. A lot of men have their, like, and this starts from when you're a child. How disturbing is it that, I know you've seen this, I know you've been around the cishets and their families when they have toddlers, and there's like a boy toddler and a girl toddler, and they're playing, and there's two different families, and like, oh my god, those two are going to grow up, and they're going to get married, and they're going to have 12 children. That's a normal thing to say. All of this kind of shit is ingrained into children from the time before they can even conceptualize what love and sex and romance and marriage and all these things are. They have no idea about this shit, but it's culturally conditioned into them from the moment they can even comprehend it. You love my arm gloves? I love them too. They're fantastic. I want to get some more. One of the reasons why you like the UK show Skins is it removed all the rose-tinted bullshit about sex, which is good. Guilty of doing that, trying to stop that. I mean, yeah, it's unfortunately just... It's a cultural concept. Actually, I feel like I could probably put this into the video I'm writing at the moment. I should really stop putting more stuff in this video. It's over 8,500 words right now, which means it's probably going to get close to an hour runtime by the time I end up recording. Oops. Does anyone want to sit down and watch a 1-hour video essay of me talking about all of the trauma I have about gender socialization? It'll be good, I promise. Something that pissed you off on Home and Away tonight. I've noticed you tweeting about Home and Away. Cop faked an injury to get close to a girl who had already rejected him multiple times, and she eventually caved and dated him. Part 1, Part 2, I could do that actually. I feel like I'll do this video as a Part 1, quote unquote, and then I'll do a Part 2 which is a related topic but is not a technical sequel. But if you paid attention to the first one, you'll get what I'm talking about in the second one. Because there is more here, but it's a different topic. The two topics kind of coalesce. So I think there's more in this video, but it's not. Maybe, yeah, like I do want to do... This coming video is about gender socialization. Then I want to do transness and sexuality. And there's a few other videos I really want to do. That I have in the pipeline. At any rate, the next one should be out before the end of this month. Fingers crossed. I'll try to record soon. I might have to take a night off stream to record, because I'm going to need to do a lot. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. We were talking about incels. Remember, color code your child's clothing so strangers know how their genitals look. Can't wait to have a child and not tell anyone what their genitals are, I know. It's so weird. It's so weird. It's so bizarre. And I understand that it's just a symptom of the society in which we live. I realize that, you know, the bullshit around gender reveal parties and the fact that you put a little pink bow in your child's hair. Like, I can't remember if this is something if I've just made this up or if I've remembered a study I read a while back. I think there's a study. If somebody wants to Google it, they can Google it. I'm not going to bother. But if I recall correctly, children can't really have any concept of gender until they're nearly 18 months old. So, like, I don't know how they would have studied this, honestly. But you know, until they start learning to walk and talk and actually process things, they don't like, babies don't understand gender. A baby is born a baby. You put a pink bow in that baby's hair to say this child's got a vagina and we plan on socializing it female, whether it likes it or not. You know. So a full-face prosthetic mask that allows you to evade CCTV and facial recognition has been released, and everyone on Twitter is saying it's Tim Pool's face. Dim Tool. Oh, goodness. I'm going to put my hoodie back on. I really need to get myself an oversized black hoodie, specifically. Oh, that's his beanie. Oh, anyways. Watching for almost 2 hours, yes, so we would watch your vid. Most of us are already used to watching 2 hours videos from Sean or H-Bomb. I haven't seen any long videos from Sean. I have from H-Bomb. I've seen a few of Sean's shorter videos, and they're quite good. Anyway, coming back actually from a moment, because somebody brought something else similar up that I missed, and I want to go back to it really quickly. Somebody mentioned another YouTuber, I think. I can't find it. Anyway. H-Bomber guy. Harry. What's his name? H-Bomber guy is... What's his name? Is it... Harris Michael Brewis. Harris Brewis. What a name. Harris Brewis is H-Bomber. I like how his birth date is uncertain. Born in either 1992 or 1993. One of these years. But he's got some really good videos. If you want to watch any video of his, not Philosophy Tube. I mean, you can watch Philosophy Tube, that's always good. But if you want to watch any video of H-Bomber guys, I highly recommend you watch Vaccines: A Measured Response. It's fucking great. Honestly, a tremendous video. But honestly, all of the videos of his that I've watched are really good. I really want to watch his Dark Souls 2 video to see how he justifies Dark Souls 2 as a video game. Same initials as his handle, yeah. Babies are just dolls for the first year anyways. You get to dress them up in exchange for keeping it alive. Pretty much. Like, that's really how it works. It's like they don't have any concept of anything until their brain starts developing the function necessary to take in information in a legitimate way. I've raised children. They don't understand shit. They'll smack their head into a wall and then cry over it despite the fact that they can see the fucking wall. Babies are stupid, okay? Implying most kids aren't treated as clones. They absolutely are. And that's a point that comes up in the video. I'm going to spoil my own video. But, you know, a lot of kids are just culturally conditioned to follow the path of their parents, generally speaking. How many laborers, especially laborers comes to mind. How many laborers do you know that are children of laborers? How many, like, car salesmen are children of car salesmen, etc., etc., etc.? Or at least, you know, someone working in sales is probably going to raise children that go into sales. You know, generational careers and things of that nature are pretty commonplace. And then the baby laughs, confused. Is it in pain or not? Who fucking knows? Who gives a shit? Billionaires are the children of billionaires. I did the Is My Cat Stupid challenge. I picked Cheney up and pushed her into a wall. She didn't put her paws out to stop it. Cat's an idiot. Sometimes they just trust you though. They're just like, oh, you wouldn't try to hurt me. Why are you shoving my face into a wall? Hang on, what's happened? Let me get back on what Erebus is talking about. As a person from Plymouth who knew the guy personally, I can say the internet headlines have got it completely wrong. Really? Knew the internet would go crazy over what happened. So you knew... It doesn't even say what the guy's name was. Oh, Jake Davison. 22-year-old Jake Davison. 2 others were injured. It was the first fatal mass shooting in the UK since the Cumbria shootings of 2010. So 11 years. A pump-action shotgun, Jesus. There was, I know what we were talking about. The video, the other YouTuber that was mentioned earlier, the video that was put up by Cavanacle, who I only just recently started watching thanks to seeing him on No Comment Check stream, who was reacting to him. I did watch his video about this and talking about, it was mainly talking about the guy's Reddit history, which gave a bit of insight into some of his past, which is, you know... How much do we want to look at this? Are we going to watch... Oh, yeah, we could watch the... We could watch the Candace Owens video. That could be interesting. But we're going to take a break in about 15 minutes. So I don't want to start... I usually take my break at halfway through the stream. So I don't want to, like, start a video that we're probably going to react to for the duration of... probably longer than the 10 minutes the video goes for. So, you know... NCC is POG. Reddit history equals 4chan history, in my opinion. I mean, probably comparable. It's been lovely talking to you too, Heck. Have a good one. Thank you so kindly for being here. I love your face. Be kind to yourself and to everybody else. Which I'm not. Let's face it, I'm a nihilistic cunt. Nihilistic, narcissistic asshole. But I'll tell you to be nice to people. I'm not going to be nice to people because they can fuck off. Hello, Nicole. How's it going? What's happening? I am going to just quickly... I've just... why am I going here? I've just clicked onto my YouTube for a second. Reddit is moderated 4chan. Oh, okay. I just recently followed, like, a new makeup YouTuber, because, like, this look was kind of inspired by something she did. So, I'm just going to quickly show you. Now I'm getting makeup recommendations on my YouTube channel. But, like, you can see, maybe, like, you can see here, I put contour, like, here. Like, my bronzer just here on the inside of my eyes. On my, on the edge of my eyebrow, sorry. And then, like, I put contour on the edge of my nose here. Gives it, like, a little bit of a... bit of detail. I'm learning things. That's the wrong camera. Hello. I'm learning makeup tricks. Anyway. Candace sold her soul and her people out for paper. Yes, she did indeed. Thanks for the hydration. Kate, hello. How's it going? Yeah, Reddit is moderated 4chan. It really is. Oh, I've seen so much shit from Reddit mods, honestly. They are trash fucking people. Holy crap. The power trip. Oh, wow, you get to moderate a subreddit. Is that a big thing for you? Is this a moment for you? Sweetheart? Wow. You get to moderate a Reddit subreddit. Why are people so much more beautiful than you? Listen, shut the fuck up. You are gorgeous. Okay. Oh, wrong one. Well, I mean, there's Friendly Geordies, and Alice Lockhart is the one I follow today. But anyway, neither here nor there. Reddit mods and Discord mods. Listen, everyone in my stream is beautiful. Every single one of you. Okay? You are all cats. And like we always say around here, all cats are beautiful. ACAB. Read way too much Reddit comments and not enough books. I do need to sort of do the same thing. I need to switch to books, not tweets. And YouTube videos. Someone clip that "you are gorgeous" and link it whenever Abby self-deprecates. I'll add it as an alert. Someone clip it. Clip it, clip it, clip it, clip it, clip it, clip it. I'll press clip it now and then I'll go back in my stream later on and I'll find it and we can do it as a thing. Anyway. That'd be a good idea actually. Provided that our alerts, you know, provided that, you know, we can turn our alerts back on soon because we can't do alerts at the moment because we're getting harassed. Did I get a flex? I didn't see the flex. Hang on. I did not see the flex. You know, I'll do it with this arm. I'll do the one arm. Oosh, there you go. Fuck. God, I am such a chronic idiot. Anyway. Funny, hello, how you doing? Get flipped off. There you go, Cade. Ah, cunt. That made the arm hurt. I don't know what I've done. I am jacked. I'm fucking jacked. I'm not gonna lie. I'm fucking ripped. Look at me. I've got abs. Dude, I've got abs. What the fuck? I've got legitimate abs. Did I post them recently on Twitter? I don't know if I did. I want to show off. Sorry, I'm just in a mood to show off now. Oh, fuck. I don't know what it is. Why is Dave Hughes trending again? Anyway, let me look through my media on Twitter. I think I did post an abs pic recently. Oh, I remember going on forums. Before Facebook and Twitter. Yeah, I used to hang out on, like, the Sims 2 forums, notably. Then there was another forum, a bulletin board that I went to that was related to Sims 2, but they also, like, integrated other games and just had casual chats and all that. Have I posted any? Yeah, like... Am I allowed to show this? LiveJournal? I don't know if I was on LiveJournal. I was on DeviantArt. a fair while there. Like, can I just thirst over my own fucking midsection for a minute? Anyway, anywho, did someone call Dave Hughes a Nazi again? Oh, I have a Nazi story. Here's a fun one. So I posted on, I think I took a screenshot of this. Let me see if I took a screenshot of this. I can't show you because I haven't censored the names. But I'm pretty sure I took a screenshot of this and shared it with a friend. Yeah. Okay, so I posted this thing, right, on Facebook. I'll just read it out to you. Thank you for redeeming nothing, by the way. I don't know why you have to type for that. I should get rid of it, but honestly, it makes it more entertaining. The fact that you have to type something in there for the nothing redeem. But I posted this on Facebook. It's hard not to feel schadenfreude when anti-vax talking heads keep dying of COVID. And what I was specifically referring to there was, I think we've seen a few stories recently where some anti-vax guy with a platform on a radio or YouTube or whatever, you know, is going on telling his audience, don't get vaccinated, blah, 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 you're going to, yeah, you know what I mean. I'll post this on Twitter later with the names censored out so you can look through it yourself. But, amount of concern I have for anti-vaxxer opinions, nothing. And it's like, tell me it's not fucking hilarious when someone who spreads anti-vax sentiment all over their platform dies of COVID and on their deathbed recants and goes, get the vaccine, get the vaccine. That's funny. I'm sorry, that's a fucking laugh track moment, dickhead. You did this to yourself. Enjoy that Darwin Award. Anyway, this person says to me, drowning in persecution while dehumanizing others, check. And then he posts a bunch of pictures of like the Hitler Youth and stuff like that. Yeah, it's hilarious that anti-vaxxers die of COVID. And I said, what? LOL. And he goes, using words like schadenfreude and you can't understand my words? Oh no, I understand your words just fine. Is it the way they are constructed? Their lack of capitalization? How can I explain it to you better? You could just explain your point rather than dancing around it. There are two parts to it. One, drowning in persecution. The German citizens needed to be saved from the Jews, saved from the gays, from people supposedly persecuting them and making society bad or dangerous. Doesn't matter the label. Two, dehumanization. The German citizens allowed anything to happen to those in the other category. The outcasts, the Jews, the blacks, the gays. They used fear to do it. Go get your shot, cattle, or go inside until nothing bad ever happens ever again. And then my friend Frank goes, get fucked, dickhead. And then the other guy goes, oh, okay, that was intelligent. And my response to this was like, I really don't see how or why you somehow conflated me laughing at rightoid commentators telling people not to get vaccinated only to die themselves because they didn't get vaccinated with Nazis. Because that legitimately is just a Halo reach. This is just like, he must be really flexible to be able to reach that far. And the thing is, hello Bob, how you going? Barb Wire, you have chatted in my stream before, but it's coming up as first time chat. I don't know why. Or maybe you just followed me and you haven't chatted yet. I don't know. At any rate, yeah, I love the get fucked dickhead. Like, it's really bizarre. It's like, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm dehumanizing the morons who decide to spread anti-vax sentiment, but like, it's one of those things where it's like, if we want people to survive, I unironically think we need to tell the anti-vaxxers to shut the fuck up. Shit needs to be done to punish anti-vaxxers because they are, like, especially like anti-vaxxers with platforms telling people not to get vaccinated, they do need to be shut down because they are a danger to human society. They're literally a threat to society. I am not the one dehumanizing anyone. They are. Alright. Assumed I said hi. Hello. Pop in and out and you assumed. Well, there you are. You're in here now. Thing I find funny is that most people are trying to get on with their day-to-day lives regardless of politics, but it only seems to be the right who are making a big song and dance about this because they are trying to profit off of this. They are. Santino Rice told people not to get the vaccine. Feeling anxious so you get mad. Angst is like anger and anxious mixed. Is it really? So people who eat chicken nuggets, Big Macs, go to doctors for conventional medicine, but they draw the line at getting the COVID vaccine. Oh yeah. It's ridiculous. And let's have a look at this. T. Free speech is important, but you don't have the right to yell fire in a crowded theater. Exactly. And this is the kind of thing. And again, I'm going to bring Vorsh back up, but it's a different video this time. Sorry, but like I have Vorsh derangement syndrome, so I watch his videos sometimes. I apologize, but he does make good points sometimes. But he made a video today, taking the black pill on climate change. Where he is talking about, like, he goes into full detail about, you know, what exactly is happening with climate change, what's going on with the greenhouse gases and all that, and what can we and what can't we do. And one of the important things that he brought up is that with regards to climate change, in his view, and I have to agree, people who are spreading anti-climate crisis rhetoric do need to be shut down. The authorities do need to get involved. And I do, like, I'm pretty anti-state, but in this particular situation where it's like, this is literally the future of human civilization. If you want the human race to continue, you need to shut that shit down now. And it's the same with the anti-vax thing. This pandemic is going to wipe us out unless we get people vaccinated, unless we manage to clean this shit up and make COVID go away effectively. If you want a normal, which I don't think we're ever going to see a normal ever again like we used to have, yeah, maybe let's not die, maybe let's not kill the planet. Maybe let's do everything in our power to shut the people down who are actively speaking out against the things that are literally going to wipe us out. Those people, I am free speech to the point where you can say whatever you want as long as you are not actively harming other people when you say it. And when you are spreading sentiments that are saying, let's keep destroying the planet, let's keep wiping out people from what could very well become a preventable, treatable illness, right? Like, we do need, like, how far, like, if your opinion is that, you know, we shouldn't be getting vaccinated, if your opinion is that climate change is not real, then you are by definition anti-free speech because you are pro-killing a lot of other people for your own convenience and your own income or whatever other bullshit reason you have, right? You're not actually pro-free speech. You're pro-continue to do the things that make me the most comfortable and make me the most money, which wipes out a lot of other people. Double vaccinated companies like YouTube should just remove these anti-vaxxers, not them removing free speech, it's them removing stupid opinions about a world epidemic that's affected most of us, including those who work for YouTube. Well, I mean, they do put, and they did this on Vorsh's video about the climate crisis, they put a little disclaimer about climate change and all these things. And they've been doing the same thing for anything relating to COVID, anything relating to vaccines. A banner is automatically applied to it. Which is good. That's a step in the right direction. I do agree with that. Should they shut down videos that are uploaded? I think so. I agree with that sentiment, and I don't think it's anti-free speech to do that, because again, we need to remember that free speech as an actual legal concept only applies to criticism of the government. It doesn't apply to just saying whatever the fuck you want. You know, you can spread misinformation that is harmful and that should be criminalized. There is misinformation out there that goes flagrantly against all of the science we have available to us, and spreading that kind of rhetoric should be criminalized, should not be allowed in the marketplace of ideas, so to speak. You know, those certain things should be removed from the discourse. You know, we need to say, you know what? No, shut the fuck up. Okay? Legit arguing with a guy right now about vaccines. I always go to Jacinta. I'm like, hey, bestie, you're all caught up on all the vaccine information. Can you help me shut this fuckwit down? I'm not good at retaining information, sadly. I'm fixing my choker up. I need to get more chokers. I'm going to buy more chokers. I'm going to buy that jacket I saw. I might dip into my boob money to buy myself a cute goth jacket. I'm sorry. It's adorable. It's got straps and corset sleeves. Anyway. So hang on, let me have a look here. Literally before mainstream science knew about it, Exxon was spreading propaganda. Anti-vaxxers still want puppies with all their shots. Free is when you don't have to pay for nothing. So, what are corset sleeves? They're just sleeves that have got like this. They've got the corseting down it. So they got like the lacing, like shoelaces, basically. Anyway, the thing that convinces anti-vaxxers the most is almost dying to COVID. Yeah, exactly. The only time they care about it is once they're dying of it. Okay, so let me come back up again. So on the latest Four Corners, I wouldn't mind checking that out, about how COVID cornered Australia. There was a comment from several months back about how COVID will eventually break quarantine and we will not be able to contain it. And this comes after AMA, the Australian Medical Association, said New South Wales Health within the past few days, saying we can no longer handle the current surge in cases. Misinfo goes twice around the world before truth has tied up. It's just, yes, this is the problem, is like, it takes absolutely nothing, no effort whatsoever, to make up some bullshit and to spread misinformation. You can lie through your teeth if you've got a platform, and your audience is just going to eat it up. And when your audience is just gobbling that shit up and then regurgitating it in the, like, around the water cooler or whatever, there are people out there fact-checking everything and putting together a rebuttal to that, but by the time they've put together their rebuttal, that group of people have already moved on to the next lie. They've already moved on to the next bullshit, you know? Which is the problem. AMA said hotel quarantine was shit at the start of 2020. See a lot of deeply individualist types whining about free speech when their social media gets taken down. Don't actually care about other people's capacity to speak. They care about having their ideas and their ideas alone protected. I agree. If they want a place to speak freely, they should set up their own domain, own a website. That way your free speech isn't taken as opinions of the company hosting it. I mean, Substack seems to not give a shit who posts on their platform. They let Graham Lennon continue to go on about their spreading hate speech almost daily. They could go set up their own Substack, start a blog. Free speech, then there's hate speech. If there's rhetoric out there hurting the planet, then it's hurting us. Exactly. And I think this is another point that Vorsh made, is like, there is free speech, and in the case of arguing against vaccines and arguing against climate, like things that could save the climate, that becomes hate speech by virtue of this is harming the population of the planet. Not just human beings, but also the animals on the planet. Like, we are probably going to glass this world before we're done with it. I don't think we're going to reach a point where we'll be able to safely... I mean, I don't want to lean into climate doomerism, even though I look pretty doomer tonight because it's hot as fuck. Forgive me. But yeah, like, I think there's definitely a crossover point where it's like, it's no longer about free speech, it is about hate speech. Hate speech by the virtue of you are willing to sacrifice the lives of millions to protect your own investment, you know? That's because ScoMo was knocked back air-gapped dedicated quarantine facilities, because who could have known this would have lasted so long? Sounds like he should have thought ahead, not just politically. ScoMo doesn't think ahead. Anyway, it's a profoundly selfish desire to avoid any kind of accountability while insisting other people make space for you at their own cost. Exactly. This comes back around to the safe space thing earlier that we were talking about. You know, we should have a space for ourselves to be able to talk about what we want, but then there are other people who think they should be able to just barge in and say their bullshit and then argue free speech when they get confronted with the fact that, hey, you're a cunt. People who did most of the projections in the UK are my professors at uni, and they're like the biggest proponent of the vaccine and made our school turn into vaccine centers, and any student can walk in and get one. That is good. There are some radical evangelists in the States who have gotten sick but insist that it's all a giant government conspiracy. I know, it's ridiculous. How can you get COVID and still be anti-vaccine? Not all dying anti-vaxxers were saying they were wrong. Some of them were still denying in their last breath. Yeah. Not shocking. It's what Ben Shapiro does, and he's picked up on that. Yeah, exactly. Ben Shapiro's entire thing is built on lies. Which is honestly, I will say this, which is why I appreciate content creators like Vorsh, because he does have a tendency to go through a whole stream and then, like, obviously puts out videos and all that, debunking people like Ben Shapiro. I mean, you can have certain views on whatever his politics are or his personality or whatever, but I do appreciate the work that he does in terms of debunking those kinds of people, because realistically speaking, he does prove that you can take an idiot's opinions and you can say, look, here's the reality of the situation. And it's also what's great about, my friend sent me a TikTok again. There was a duet, and there was a scientist who was actually worked on the vaccines, and an anti-vaxxer who was spreading a whole bunch of garbage, and the anti-vaxxer were just going like, that's not true, that's false, that's a lie, and like they're just constantly just pointing at all these different things, like doesn't get in your brain, doesn't blah blah blah, doesn't this, doesn't that, doesn't whatever. So yeah. Something I saw recently had a 2-second aside, like, hey, do you all think those anti-vaxxers are just afraid of needles and latched onto the misinfo to save face? Graham Lennon is so pathetic. I don't think his wife left him over the turf bullshit, because I believe I saw somewhere that his wife is actually pretty turfy herself. I think there were some other factors at play that led to the divorce. However, let's not forget that the funniest fucking thing about Graham Lennon's divorce is that he lost his Steam account. in the divorce proceedings. It's now his son's Steam account. And that's fucking funny. Alright? That is fucking hilarious. I'm not kidding. Look it up. Just look up Graham Linnon's Steam account. It's great. We're gonna take a break in just a minute. You guys are going a mile a minute, and I wanna read everything. So, just totally ban these people from the net, and it doesn't matter if it's a governor or Wild Bill. Go down the road of what they did with Alex Jones and Donald Trump. They should. They really should. But it just seems like it's a really, it's a tricky road to traverse. It seems for some reason. So, you know what? I'm gonna let you folks chat for a minute. I'm going to take my beer right back. I'm going to go take a leak. Going to get some wine. We'll come back. We'll continue talking about this because it's a good conversation. Imagine writing that into a divorce settlement. It's fucking hilarious. It's great. Those divorce attorneys knew how to gut Graham. I think the way that it came up is that somebody posted, I just realized I've still got Graham Linnon on my Steam account as a friend. And then Graham Linnon actually responded and was like, that's my son's Steam account now. Anyway. We'll be right back. Don't go away, folks. Please be kind to yourselves and each other while I am gone. If you are not already following all my socials, there they are. I'm going to run an ad break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes' time. Be awesome. My very poggers and based friends. How goes it? We are 64 followers away from 4,900. Why do I keep bringing this up? I don't care about this. But I just looked at it. It's the thing. How's it hanging, folks? Enjoy your 0.000001 from the Twitch ads I'm watching. I think I actually get a reasonable amount of income from ads these days. I'm going to have a quick look. It does give you a breakdown of where your money comes from. Yeah, in the last period, I've made about enough to get KFC Original Tenders box at least. I'm going to frame things based on how much, like what you could buy. Is it bad you're still using Amino? I don't know what Amino is, so... Watch Destiny and Vorsh team up versus two ethno-nationalist Nazis. It was a 3-hour debate. Within 10 minutes they were shouting, and it was funny because the Nazis were just railing on identity politics. And Destiny just sat back and took the piss with Vorsh was rather entertaining. Feel like debating those people does not produce a net positive to leftism as a movement, as it gives them fascist credibility and legitimacy to their arguments, as we give them voices and more space to spread their ideas regardless of whether they are beaten by logic, but they don't operate by logic. Zizek made a great point on this. Be sure to link it if you want to, and we're going to watch this Candace Owens clip in just a sec. However, I will say this. I did see a good point on... I forget where I saw this. But if we don't break down their ideas and if we don't debunk their thought processes, I mean, maybe platforming is not the best solution for this, but it is, I guess, a good way to hear it straight from the horse's mouth and then, you know, prove those points wrong. Ideally, we should just be taking those ideas and criticizing the ideas, not the people. Don't bring the people into the discussion, bring the ideas into the discussion, break those down and yeah, like, tear them to shreds. Sorry, I just bumped the microphone. However, yeah, like I think there is merit to the debate format, and it's probably more that it's... I'm going to be honest with you. Debate is probably just a form of content at this point. I think the people who are doing the debate bro stuff do it as a part of, like... There you go, Perth. I think they do it as a legitimate thing. That's like, it is something they think they are creating a net positive to their own mind. However, yeah, like I'm kind of torn on this. On the one hand, if you debate somebody, you do give them a space to share their ideas. However, if you don't debate these people, this is where it gets complicated. This is where it gets really convoluted. Hello, Leo. How you going? If you don't have a place to bring the... Like, you can either coerce this person over to your side, or you can... Because if you bring someone on for a debate, then... if you bring a Nazi on for a debate, if you bring a far-righter, alt-righter on for a debate, they're going to bring their audience over to you to watch, right? It reminds me of, like, the thing where a Steven Crowder fan literally responded to a live stream or something, I forget what it was, saying, debate Sam Cedar, right? It's like, stop pussying out, Steven, debate Sam Cedar. And I think... I'm just trying to think here. I've got a thought in my head that I want to get out here. Oh yeah, if you take marginalized people's issues and use it for entertainment, that is fucked up, absolutely. 100%. There's no question about that. However, I'm just going to say this, and this might help me frame my argument a little bit better. If you let these people and their ideas just fester in their own little communities, then there's more propensity for them to grow in those communities. However, I think, generally speaking, there are more convincing arguments on the left to bring people over than there are on the right. People who are convinced on the right are radicalized from a perspective that's already either centrist or right-leaning. They were raised into that upbringing, whereas, you know, being leftist, you do... I mean, I was raised in a leftist household, so I can't talk. But I think, like, a lot of the ideas behind leftist politics and socialist politics and things of that nature, they come across as... If you explain certain things to certain people without framing it as, like, this is a left-wing or a right-wing issue, people are going to lean left if you tell them about what exactly it is you want to do, you know. Hello, Lynn Risa. How you going? commented the other day on my Facebook post with the whole bullshit going on about hate raids. Found something you could use. I do have a hate raid response button on my Stream Deck. It's got, I'll tell you what I've got on here. I have got one. It's got clear chat, put chat into followers only mode, play an ad, set a stream marker, create a clip, and set chat to unique chat mode, and a little chat message that says defense mode engaged. I could probably get rid of that bit, actually. Might give things away. At any rate, yeah, there are things you can do, which is that prevent it. But the thing that worries me, and the thing that worries me about all this sort of stuff is that it's intensely designed to suppress minority content creators in a big way. Like, it's, you know, if we're dealing with hate raids all the time, we have to keep putting our streams into followers only mode, right? Which means new people are probably going to have to wait like upwards of an hour before they can even chat. And a lot of people who want to get involved with new streamers want to chat with the streamer first. They want to actually get to know if this community is for them. So where were we? Who's IQ 145? Don't follow Destiny, but I do touch on Xanderhol's content from time to time. Pac-Man just stays professional, which really is what Christopher Hitchens used to do in his best debates. Keeping the cool against a ranter won't win the audience, but it puts in seeds of doubt there. Doe tweeted the video. Okay, let's have a look. Deradicalization is not providing a platform to spew hate, but rather making a human connection to pull people out of their spiral of hate and harm, and providing a space, usually private, to deal with thoughts and feelings that could be harmful if they were boosted. The game is not being played in good faith. I've shared this clip before and I'll share it again. Alright, let's have a look at this. Because I think I'd probably trust Slavoj Žižek over me.
Even if, it's a little bit male chauvinist, but nonetheless, even if a jealous husband claims that his wife is cheating him, that she sleeps around with other men, even if they are all true, his jealousy is still pathological. So that, you know, the factual truth can be, or adequacy, can be combined with untruth. Why? Let me give you a much more traumatic example, which makes the same point clearly. Let's take what Nazis claimed about the Jews. I think we have to go to the end here and claim, even if, okay, not all, I wouldn't go so far, but even if some of what they claimed was true, nonetheless, anti-Semitism was totally a lie, a fake. Why? I think that's my general point, that the moment you even think about endorsing, accepting discussion at this level, like, for example, let's say, I don't know, I'm a Nazi, you are an honest liberal, and I say Jews seduce our young girls, Jews exploit us, and I say this. You say, no, this is a lie. Then comes a naive university neutral idiot and says, oh, it's difficult, let's take an objective look at it. You sell your soul to the devil into this. Because let's be clear, the result will be unambiguous. Yes, the Nazis exaggerated it, but not quite. Because, wait a minute, now let's say something horrible. Many Jews were also rich in Germany, so yes, they definitely exploited Germans. On the other hand, I hope so, it's normal. I think that some Jews definitely probably were seducing German girls. Why not? You know what I mean? Why is this false? Because the true, how do you put it, the Nazis here, even if it were to be true, but it wasn't, of course, they lied in the guise of truth. Because the true question is not, is it true what they are claiming about the Jews? The true question is why, in order to sustain their politics, they need this fantasy of the Jew.
It's hard to understand him sometimes, but I think you get the point. I think you get the point that he's making. However, this is particularly relevant to the situation regarding who had Lauren Southern on their show recently. Was it Kyle Kalinske or someone else had Lauren Southern on their show? Try to follow his lips. Oh, okay. I think I see the point that he's getting at there. Yeah. And yeah, in my personal opinion, the best way to deal with these kinds of things is to debunk the ideas, not bring the people on to discuss their ideas. Serfs? Was it the Serfs? Yeah, it was the Serfs. It was the Serfs. Yes, Lauren Southern still exists. Did he talk against objectivism? I don't know. Anyway, should we have a look at a Candace Owens video? Why is it important to maintain that fantasy of truth was that last line? Oh, okay. German accent with a lisp is extremely hard to follow. Yeah, it was a little bit. But, I mean, Zizek has got good ideas. You know, Mum has a lot of friends back home in South Africa that have very, very, very strong accents. Which, yeah, I mean, if they've got very strong accents and they're talking in such a way that, you know, I mean, I don't know, do they speak English as their first language? Do they speak English as a second language? You know, that makes a huge difference in can you interpret what the person is saying. But we're not really getting into that. Anywhoomst. She told me to follow the lips. I mean, yeah, if you can follow the lips well enough, if you can learn to lip read of what someone's saying if they've got an accent, I suppose that would contribute in such a way. So there's a YouTube video that has been sent to me. Candace Owens' Destroy Nancy Pelosi, Hillary in epic speech gets a standing ovation with a capital O. Watch brilliant Candace Owens school Nancy Pelosi, Hillary Clinton, and entire Democrats... Kindly subscribe to this channel for latest news and updates. Do we want to watch this cringy bullshit? I can't stand Candace Owens. YouTube titles, I know, right? At least, like, you could fit in the correct grammar and the correct spelling without being such a ditz. Reform America! Anyway, I wanted to make a joke about IQ, but let's not joke about IQ, because we realize exactly what the problem with that is. And here's me posting a tweet going live saying I'm deranged. I really should learn not to use ableist language.
This country needs due process, but beyond that, this country needs women to find their voices and to fight
needs women to find their voices. We're off to a great start.
For our men, because what is happening right now is a cultural war on men.
Why is the video quality so low? Is that just me or is that just the video? It's on 360p. It only goes up to 360p. Okay, whatevs.
Men.
Just the one woman. Only one woman's allowed to find their voice. I missed that whole thing.
And to fight for our men. Because what is happening right now...
Oh, God, I see where this is going. To fight for our men. Yeah, okay. She's doing an MRA thing. Cultural war on men.
Now is a cultural war on men.
Okay, Candace. How exactly is there a culture war on men? Please explain. Hang on, I've got the sound effect for this. Where is it? Come on, come on.
Please explain.
Applause.
Quite controversially, I also speak out against Planned Parenthood, and I know...
Why would you speak out against Planned Parenthood? What reason would you have to speak out against Planned Parenthood? What nefariousness are they up to? I hate this shit. Like, these are all awful people. Just everyone applauding, I've spoken out against Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood is a fantastic organization that helps people, helps not just women, but people who can get pregnant, people who don't want to be pregnant, or people who are in unfortunate circumstances to deal with those unfortunate circumstances. They're unequivocally a help organization. They are designed to help people, and she's speaking out against them. What? Nice touch with the Pauline Hanson clip, yeah. We'll keep the Pauline Hanson close by.
In school, I learned that choice was good. The word choice is good. The left is incredibly good at linguistics. Planned Parenthood. That sounds nice. I want to plan my parenthood. But in reality...
Well, yeah, exactly. So what's the problem? So if someone has an unwanted pregnancy, you know, could you say something about it? Please say it. Please go ahead. It's like, yeah, that's literally what Planned Parenthood does. That's why it is called that. Yes, it allows pregnant people... Sorry, I've got to get that into my vernacular. If they are suffering an unwanted pregnancy, if they are suffering a pregnancy that might be the result of the R word, or might be the result of, I don't know, there are numerous circumstances. And quite frankly, I'm going to just put this out there right now. If you get pregnant and you don't want to be pregnant, and there is nothing health-wise wrong with the pregnancy, you should still be allowed to terminate it. There should be, like, if you get pregnant and you just don't want to have a baby, doesn't matter if you're 14 years old or 36, you should just be allowed to terminate it, period. End of discussion. Why should you not be allowed to do that? What's the argument against that other than control women? And, I guess, trans men in this circumstance. Although, you know these people don't even think about trans men.
reality, they're murdering babies.
They're not murdering babies, though.
Choice. Choice is good. I want choices. But in reality, one of those choices is to murder. When I looked into Planned
What do you consider a baby, though? What do you consider a baby? What do they think is... Do they think they're terminating full-term fetuses? And the reason that she's saying all this is because she has this concept in her head, and so does the audience. Well, I mean, she's a grifter. I don't even know if she believes any of the shit she's saying. I think she just went into this for the money. But it's all about identity and rooted in religious rules. It is. And they believe that the baby is born, the baby is like a human, is fully functional or whatever. I don't know how you would describe it. The moment it is conceived. She paused for the applause and no one clapped. And maybe they forgot to flash up the applaud now sign. Left is good with linguistics. Also the left, dialectical materialism.
Parenthood and the history of eugenics and the fact that it was founded by a woman who quite literally said that black people need to be exterminated like weeds. When I looked into the numbers and I understood that
Can someone fact check that one for me? What's she talking about? Hang on. I need to... what's she talking about? What the fuck's this about? Okay. Everything is over. When did this come up? Yeah, I know. Okay. Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood and black abortions. Ben Carson's false claim. Well, maybe I'm not objective when it comes to Planned Parenthood, but I know who Margaret Sanger is, and I know that she believed in eugenics and that she was not particularly enamored with black people, and one of the reasons you find most of their clinics in black neighborhoods is so that you can find ways to control that population. And I think people should go back and read about Margaret Sanger, who founded the place, a woman who Hillary Clinton, by the way, says she admires. Look at what people in Nazi Germany thought about it. It always comes back to the Nazis, by the way. Meanwhile, we're dealing with, actual Nazis. Talking about a woman in 1896! What the fuck? We have delved into the question of birth control pioneer Margaret Sanger, eugenics, and her attitude about African Americans during the 2012 election season when Herman Cain made similar remarks suggesting Planned Parenthood targets blacks. Why do they have to use the word blacks? Anyway, the 2011 fact check came under attack for allegedly sugarcoating Sanger's record, in particular for some language on her paternalistic view of blacks that we later... Fucking hell. Later acknowledged was a poor choice of words. Lived until mid-1900s. Well, there you go. Carson's remarks are less inflammatory than Cain's, but the implication is similar. The claim is that Sanger, 1879 to 1966, who founded what is now Planned Parenthood, was racist, and Planned Parenthood thus has a deliberate policy of trying to control the black population by placing most of their clinics in black neighborhoods. Carson, a neurosurgeon, also added the Nazi connection. Not Nazi connection. Look and see what many people in Nazi Germany thought about her. Let's examine the evidence again. So the facts. Can we stop saying blacks? Carson's campaign initially sent us a blog item with alleged quotes from Sanger. Colored people are like human weeds. That turned out to be unverified and false. The quotes appear to arise from statements that were more general in nature than most readers would find them objectionable today. How are we to breed a race of human thoroughbreds unless we follow the same plan? We must make this country into a garden of children instead of a disorderly backlot overrun with human weeds. Okay. So, that's already off to a bad start, but you can see how the quote could be taken out of context to target a specific race. Thoroughbreds. White person wrote this article. Oh, they did. Starting in 1916, Sanger's clinics were aimed mainly at poor immigrant women. The first clinic was in a neighborhood populated largely by Italians and Eastern European Jews, according to the 2010 book Birth Control on Main Street by Kathy Moran Harjo. Sanger did not open a Harlem clinic until the 1930s, even though infant mortality rates there were similar. Harjo found out that in the 1916 to 1939 period, white activists were more likely to exclude African American... Hang on. Saliva. To exclude African Americans from clinics rather than include them. How hard was it to put African Americans instead of blacks this entire time? Jesus Christ, I'm a white person. Getting offended for another race. Oh my god, I'm such an SJW, Jesus Christ. You can string me up when you kill the rich, okay? Even though I'm a broke, poor, white trans woman. There were some half-hearted efforts to create African-American clinics, but white activists gave little or no assistance. Whatever the activists' personal beliefs about race may have been, there was no grand program to exterminate non-whites or the poor, Harjo concluded. In the late 1930s, Sanger began an effort to bring clinics to the rural South in what was called the... Can I say that word? I'm just not going to bother. That project. Sanger recruited black leaders to support the effort and, in letters to the project's director, urged that white men who were outsiders should not run the clinics. She said the effort would gain more credibility with greater community involvement given natural suspicions. She said recruited black leaders, in letters to the project director, urged that white men who were outsiders should not run the clinics. The minister's work is also important. I can read. Don't worry, I'm not dyslexic. I genuinely think I am sometimes. I should get myself checked for that. And he should be trained perhaps by the Federation as to our ideals and the goal that we hope to reach, Sanger wrote in a 1939 letter. We do not want word to get out that we want to exterminate the population, and the minister is the man who can straighten out that idea if it ever occurs to any more of their rebellious members. This inartfully written passage is frequently taken out of context to suggest Sanger was seeking to exterminate blacks. Sanger and the Nazis. Sanger was a supporter of a now discredited eugenics movement which aimed to improve humans by either encouraging or discouraging reproduction based on genetic traits. At one point in 1934, she even crafted a proposal law that included this revision. Feeble-minded persons, habitual congenital criminals, those afflicted with inheritable disease, and others found biologically unfit by authorities qualified judge should be sterilized or in cases of doubt should be so isolated as to prevent the perpetuation of their afflictions by breeding. Have a good one, funny. Catch you later. Sanger said she wanted to give certain dysgenic groups in our population their choice of segregation or sterilization, which some have interpreted as a reference to concentration camps. Hitler and Nazi Germany also embraced the principles of eugenics and put them to genocidal use, but any real link between Sanger and the Nazis, let alone praise of the Nazis for Sanger, is rather tenuous. Carson's campaign pointed to an alleged connection between Sanger and Ernest Rudin, a German eugenicist who oversaw the mass sterilization of policies in Nazi Germany. Carson's campaign said she published an article by Rudin in the magazine Birth Control Review in 1932, but she had resigned as editor several years before that particular issue was published. The campaign also noted that she was appointed to the board of the Birth Control League, Lathrop Stoddard, a eugenicist... that she appointed to the board of the Birth Control League, Lathrop Stoddard, a eugenicist who had close ties to the Nazis and even met with Hitler. Yeah, why does this matter? It seems like it's largely irrelevant. Because they're just trying to say Planned Parenthood Nazis. That's all it is. Even if the founder of Planned Parenthood was a scumbag, why does that make abortion bad? You know why it is. It's not even about religion. It's not even strictly about religion. I mean, it is, don't get me wrong. But it's specifically about... making sure that the population of the country is continuing to preserve birth rates. I think in certain parts of the world right now, especially in the Western world like America, birth rates, particularly among the white population, actually are decreasing. And yeah, it's about control. One of the major reasons that Republicans especially are so anti-abortion is that they want people churning out more babies so that those can become more cogs in the machine and so that they can feed the war machine later down the line when those babies turn into 18-year-old adults. It's all about just pushing out more children and restricting people's ability to have the freedom to either have children or not have children. Correlation equals causation is the whole argument. Yeah, and it literally is not. My coffee, it should just show up in whatever your currency is, honestly. It should just show up whatever your currency is. It's what Candace is trying to do. I'm on the right, the left is trying to kill your children. They have to dress it up with flowery language. They exactly do, yeah. So, effectively, based on what I can see here, there doesn't seem to be much of a correlation at all. So, anyway, continuing on. So, that's bullshit.
900 black babies are aborted every single day. And yet CNN wants me to pay attention and be upset and enraged and to boycott and...
Do I have to fact check that now? 900 black babies are aborted every day. Fetuses. Fetuses that literally cannot survive outside the womb. I'm just going to debunk it there. It's I'm just not even going to look it up. I'm not even going to look up the statistics. Fetuses. They're not aborting babies because a baby can survive outside the womb independently. All right? A baby can survive. It can breathe oxygen. It can feed. A baby is not being aborted. Fetuses are. Feti? I don't know.
To protest for
we'll be here forever if we fact check everything.
Unarmed black men. And yet CNN wants me to pay attention and be upset and enraged and to boycott and to protest for the 16 unarmed black men that are shot and killed by police per year?
I'm sorry, what does that have to do with abortion? What? What? She just, like, this is the Ben Shapiro thing all over again. She just went from one topic completely to another one. I mean, yeah, like, this is a Gish Gallop. Isn't Candace Owens generally pro-cop? Isn't she pro-cop? Why is she suddenly bringing up... Like, she strikes me as the kind of person, and I'm pretty sure she has, I might need to look this up to be sure, I'm pretty sure she has spoken about certain black men who have been gunned down by cops who could have done something differently and they wouldn't be dead today. You know, that kind of argument? Hey, Bikini, how you doing? Imagine strong social security and what it could do for expecting parents. Pro-birth, not pro-life. They really are. I live in Alaska with a high African population, literally came from Africa to the US first or second gen. And when my father asked some if they agree with the term African American, they said no, they don't, because most black Americans have never set foot in Africa, nor do they embrace the culture. So as someone with a black mom, don't care if they're black or... I don't care if black or African American is... There you go. That's good to know. I still just... like, just the term blacks, the way that that's used, particularly by people like PragerU, for example, comes across weird. But, you know, I won't... I don't know. It feels like they're trying to say another word, but they're not. They know they're not allowed to. Yeah, go vegan if you're pro-life. Exactly. They won't. They will absolutely protect the animal abuse industry to the death. She can play this card because she's black. If a white person tried to do this, it would look disingenuous. No, you're right. Her going through topics is because she's talking specifically about the leftist media trying to distract from larger general issues. She can't even focus on a single issue. May or may not have something to do with the more isolated incidents.
No voice for the 18 million black babies that have been ripped from the wombs of their parents since 1973.
Yeah, because those people actually lived lives. I'm going to say this right now. Okay, so I see the connection now. I see the connection right. So she's talking about black men who've been gunned down. Nothing about the aborted fetuses. Aborted fetuses that never had a life. Meanwhile, those people who were gunned down by cops had a life and had a future ahead of them until it was taken away from them. It's in AUD for some reason. Oh, thank you. If you did something. If you contributed, thank you. Anyway.
It's acceptable. They branded that as okay murder.
It's not. It's literally not murder, though. It's not murder. Hang on. I mean, I don't want to get pedantic about this. I don't want to go and, like, Google search what is murder, because it'll probably give me some vague description that could probably... This is what they do, right? The unlawful, premeditated killing of one human being by another. You cannot say a developing fetus is a human being. I feel like we have to put our foot down with this one. And this is honestly the same thing with all IDPOL, is like with like the trans thing. People say I'm not a real woman because woman, according to Google, is an adult human female. But they, again, this kind of thing that they're going on about is like they're saying, oh, well, okay, if you, the premeditated killing of another human being, you know, is what Google says, right? That's what Google says. The unlawful premeditated killing. What's a lawful premeditated killing? Anyway, the unlawful premeditated killing of one human being by another, and they're looking at something that cannot function as a human being independent of another body. And I mean, even then, babies still can't, but that's not the point. It's a clump of cells that has no consciousness, has no concept of anything when it's in the womb, when it's typically terminated. Even if it has a heartbeat, even if it might have nerves or something along those lines. Yeah, it's not a separate human being while it shares the parent's bloodstream. It cannot live on its own. Thereby, it cannot be another human being, right? But this is the problem, is like when you start trying to define what is a human being, we get into more of the IDPOL stuff. We get more into the semantics of this whole thing. If abortion is murder, then chemotherapy is the poisoning of a life, as cancers grow just as fast as a fetus. Precisely. This is why I'm tired of US politics after 10 years, because the right didn't change. They just went further right, and the left started to move slowly to the right to accommodate the centrists, who were always taken for a ride. Yeah, centrism isn't real. Centrism leans right. Centrists are fascists.
That is the focus that I try to deliver to the black community, to understand that our population growth has stagnated.
All population growth in the Western world has stagnated, hasn't it?
And it is due to the fact that we are being taught to murder our children.
Like how a good rule of thumb is words for black is where the is being used as an adjective. Like how a transgender is offensive, but a transgender woman is fine. Yeah, exactly. And what does a heartbeat even mean? Exactly. Like, I'm pretty sure you can stimulate flesh with electricity outside of the body. You can give a heart a heartbeat when that heart has been removed from the rest of the body. If that heart has a heartbeat, like, let's just say I plug in some electrodes into a sheep's heart in a lab and get it beating. Does that suddenly make that heart a sheep? Stupid argument. Anyway.
That has labeled me as somebody that's controversial. She doesn't believe in Planned Parenthood. I'll tell you what else I don't believe in. I don't believe in the welfare system.
Oh, God, here we go. Oh, it's a bootstraps moment, folks. Well, you disagree with the assessment on centrist? I mean, I was exaggerating a bit. I'm not going to lie. That was hyperbole. I disagree with the welfare system. Let's hear what she has to say about the welfare. Clap, clap, clap. Pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Why am I watching this? Because I hate myself.
You know, I make strong statements and I say that I don't believe in the welfare system because look at what it has earned people that have gone onto the welfare system. Absolutely nothing.
What does that mean? What is that? Look what it has earned people that have gone onto the welfare system. Absolutely nothing.
LBJ put in place the Great Society Act, which he referred to as the N-word bill. It is
oh, God. Exactly, Candace. So we need more, not less. Agreed. For me personally, I don't agree with abortion. Argue if you wish, but my issue is America has a culture where on one hand we don't want sex to be talked about or taught properly. On the other hand, we're always shoving it in other ways in schools and media, making people sexually illiterate and immature. I agree with that. If our culture is promoting people to have the lack of respect for themselves and one another, to just keep impregnating with no care, that's why we have abortion. Well, I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. There is the thing. I agree with you, and I don't want people to be having more abortions, but I think in the system that we live in now, people should have the choice to be able to decide whether or not they want to abort a fetus that does not, that, you know, let's just say you've got a poor person who cannot support themselves alone. How are they supposed to support a child as well when they don't have a life of their own? Like if someone gets impregnated and then the person who impregnated them fucks off and they're left to their own devices, how are they supposed to pull themselves out of that? How are you supposed to pull yourself up by the bootstraps? They're below you. So yeah, like I think the system is that like people need more support and definitely more education around sex and like sexual literacy is a good way to put that, sexual maturity as well, to be able to realize exactly the problems that sex can cause. But yeah, like as it stands, I think the abortion system as it currently exists needs to continue existing until there is a better solution. But, you know, mods get ready. Oh, no.
Completely decimated our communities.
Hang on. Until we get to a point where the only pregnancies are planned, abortion is a necessary evil. Agreed. And we're not going to get to that point.
Question that I always ask myself, and I've had this
Sorry, that's pretty doomer of me to say, but I don't think we're going to get to that point.
Conversation with my partner, Charlie Kirk, is why is it that the left mocks God? It's a weird...
Oh, God damn it. Shut up, Candace. Fuck off. Fuck entirely off. This is not an argument for anything. This is not an argument for anything, Candace. Why does the left mock God? Have you read the Bible? I'm sorry, I mock God for the same reasons I mock Harry Potter. The Bible is written like shit. Still not sure if a fetus is a person or not, but I was convinced to be pro-choice by the argument that banning abortion... I mean, yeah, it does violate bodily autonomy as well. It does. You know, if you take away a woman... This is the thing. If you take away a pregnant... if you take away someone who can get pregnant's ability to have an abortion, that's not going to stop people who get pregnant from having abortions. It's just going to make them significantly more dangerous, right? Planned Parenthood provides... like, and again, it's in the title. It's in the name of the clinic. You can go to Planned Parenthood and you can get information about pregnancy. You can get information about... sexual health and all of these things. You know, it seems like one of those things where like it's necessary not just for the abortion thing, but for keeping people informed. Conservatives love a person from a minority group as a speaker because they think it deflects criticism from their discrimination policies. Oh, they do. It does, yeah. Go one step further, that adults should be able to go to euthanasia clinics, as death without pain is something I'd go for after losing friends and family to painful cancers is not a way I'd want to go. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The fact that we try to keep people who are obviously deathly terminally ill, like they're not going to recover, are not able to just... the fact that they're not able to just go to a euthanasia clinic is awful. They should be able to just, you know... Is this not safe for Soul to Google for context? What is? And there's my goal again. I'm trying to raise more than $8,000. As you can see, it's actually closer to $9,000. But anyway, I got to fix that up. People are allowed to have abortions if they don't want children, period. Yeah, exactly. I agree with this too. Like, I agree that just because somebody gets pregnant, even if they're in the circumstances to take care of a child, if they don't want a child, then they should be allowed to get rid of it. You know? Because, again, bodily autonomy. A person should not have to change their entire lifestyle if they get pregnant. You know, they should, if they want to abort that fetus, which, again, cannot survive outside of their body, it is quite literally a parasite. You tip 20 on the coffee. Thank you, Wassa. Thank you so kindly. Oh, my goodness. The support I've received for that is incredible, by the way. That's why I've read books by people like Seth Andrews and watched The Atheist Experience, because they clearly know more than I do. Yeah. Best Bible stories are the Bible fanfics like Paradise Lost and The Divine Comedy. You'd have to put some pretty dystopian policies in place to stop all unplanned pregnancies. I don't think there is a world where we stop all abortions, and it's a good thing, yeah. It's almost like the texts were written by desert-dwelling simpletons who are being passed divine messages by clusters of eyes and feathers that would make H.P. Lovecraft nightmares. Excuse me. I want to see From Software tackle angelic imagery. You know, they've already tackled some pretty demonic imagery. I want to see them tackle angelic imagery. I mean, they kind of did a little bit in Dark Souls 3's DLC, a little bit. But. Hilarious concept that a woman who is anti-welfare and charity but claims to be a Christian, which is welfare and charity as Christ's central message, just shows you the bullshit artist. Planned Parenthood helped me when I was broke, had no insurance, and had an abnormal pap. Once we confirmed I was okay, they helped me with the depot shop because I couldn't afford it myself and didn't want to get pregnant. Also had horrible periods that caused a lot of pain. They do so much, and all people can focus on is if you didn't want to get pregnant. Yeah, exactly. It's that whole thing again. If you didn't want to get pregnant, don't have sex. It's ridiculous. Narazman, thank you so kindly for contributing $5 to the Boob Fund. So yeah, the coffee doesn't actually update this number. Only the Streamlabs link does. Are we getting more of these raids from people who are not real people? What the fuck? Anyway.
Like, you know, there's a lot of things you can make fun of, but it's very weird when you start making fun of Jesus Christ and that becomes normal. When Joy...
What's the problem with making fun of Jesus Christ? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, Jesus Christ may have been a normal human being. That's about it. There's nothing special about him. Like, why are you so hell-bent on protecting someone who is proclaimed to have miracles, have performed miracles and all this kind of bullshit? Why are you, making fun of Jesus Christ is fun and easy. Claim to walk on water. At absolute best, Jesus Christ may have been a bit of a magician of the early days, of the, 2,000 years ago. He might have been a magician. That's about it. They started with one person now to make it less obvious they upped the count to 3. There was one with 2 before.
Behar is just openly mocking Christians on The View. When they're openly mocking the fact that...
How could you make fun of Jesus Christ? He cursed a fucking fig tree to death because it didn't have figs on it.
Our Vice President, Mike Pence, has respect for his wife and believes in Jesus Christ. Why would they do that?
Dude, why? I don't get why they're defending Mike Pence. Because, it seems like there's a lot of conservatives who are planning to assassinate the dude. Do you like him or do you hate him? Pick one.
The welfare system is an interesting study as to why. My belief is that the left wants to grow government. It wants government in many ways to replace God in people's lives. It wants people to turn to government for solutions, for every solution.
Because the government is the only solution that we have in the society that we've currently built up. Aside from, maybe mutual aid. No, that's the right. What do you think praying to God is going to do? Until you can give me unequivocal proof that getting down on your knees before bed and praying to God for a solution is going to actually solve anything, We have to defer to government under the current system in which we live until we get to a point where, you know, human beings actually cooperate and collaborate, or we get direct democracy or something like that. Can we just have robot overlords?
Someone had told me that, hey, Candace, you know, the argument for pro-choice is that Planned Parenthood also does a lot of really great things, and I'm sure that's true. You know, they supply birth control pills, and they conduct mammograms, and women can go there for other health concerns. And I say that's really great, but they're also murdering people.
They're not murdering people, though.
There's no justification for murdering people.
They're not murdering people. I'm just going to keep saying that. Waiting for the applause.
How do we get to a point in society where people understand?
I wonder if the audience is just like literally agreeing with us in this point. It's just like, does she realize that, you know, fetuses aren't babies? Does she realize that, does she realize they're not actually murdering people? Like, it's just a fetus. It can't survive outside the womb. What is she going on about?
The value of a human life. If we don't have people boldly and courageously standing up and speaking out against these systems, which are meant to make us place so much faith in the government, so much faith that the government...
We all started out as fetuses, yes, but we can't survive outside the womb. We all were, but, you know, and like, this is the thing. One day I'm going to be a corpse. Just because I was a human being before I was a corpse doesn't mean I was always a corpse, is the argument I'm going to use there. You know, one day I'm going to be rotting in the ground, probably turned to dust, doesn't mean I was always dust. Well, I mean, maybe the stardust argument that Neil deGrasse Tyson uses here could be a thing, but that's not the point, you know. The silly bitch probably doesn't know about the amount of women Planned Parenthood has to save with cancer scans, has saved with cancer scans.
Can fix all of our issues. So much faith that the government understands how many human lives are worth being born. How do we reverse that?
What? Wait, what? She's like made a response to the Jesus part. How many? Hang on. Scholars, both atheist and Christian, can't agree if Jesus was a singular person or the name given to a collection of people doing the acts described in the Bible, but they have no original documents to prove or disprove of his existence. But many are happy to believe that he is a historical figure. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with the idea that he may have been a historical figure or a collection of stories about some group of people. But there's no, like, the mythology built up around him seems patently ridiculous. She's talking like she's giving a TED talk. Majority of fetuses die before... Yeah, this is another pertinent point. The majority of fetuses die before anyone knew they were pregnant, though, through natural reasons. Yeah, like, a lot... And, like, I mean, regrettably, I hate to bring this up, but also, what's it called? Miscarriages happen. So, you know. A lot of pregnancies are already... Invalid is not the word I want to use. There is another word for it. There's another word for it. Not invalid. Something. They can't survive. Like, there's a lot of pregnant... Unviable might be the word. Like, not really the word I'm looking for, but you know what I mean. Anyway, she's going on about...
Every single person in here, I believe, has had a series...
Okay, hang on. So she said, like, what was it, like 18 million fetuses are aborted a year or something like that? So does she want the population of the United States to be forcefully increased by 18 million people per year? What's the population rate increase year over year in the United States? Like, they've already got a lot of people living there.
Of experiences that are prompting them to do something great in this world. At the moment that you believe in yourself, at the moment that you get back to your center, that you align yourself with the universe, with God, the universe will open...
What the fuck is this horoscope bullshit she's going on about?
...itself up to you. It certainly did for me.
18 million since 1973 or something. Okay.
Maybe not every person is going to do what I did. Maybe not every person is going to quit their job and decide that they're going to make YouTube videos.
Wish you'd stop.
But make no mistake, there is a cultural war happening, and every single one of you can do something and participate in it in some regard.
Why?
My focus, obviously, has been on presenting a new perspective to the Black community. I think we are in desperate need of new voices in the black community. We are in desperate need of somebody that will stand on a platform and...
Oh, that's a very good point, Sabercat. The reason they want to ban abortion is they want sex to be punishable. And I mean, I do agree if our culture taught sexual literacy and maturity, we wouldn't have to worry as much about abortions or even overpopulation. That's a fair point. The math was off. But yeah, like in the current system under which we live, we just can't expect that kind of thing. It would require a drastic overhaul of so many systems, and I agree we should overhaul those systems. Sex education should be a lot more broadly taught and should include a lot more information, and there should be a lot more caution against unsafe sex, more than we have now. Amazingly, like you would think the amount of teaching we have about unsafe sex as it is would be enough, but it's just simply not, and that's demonstrable, you know. Who would be taking care of those kids she thinks should be born, and how many of those abortions were medically necessary because the pregnancy was a threat to the fetus and the mother? They never talk about that one. They never talk about the fact that some of those abortions are literally medically necessary, or it could kill the mother, which is going to kill the child. You know, Candace, maybe go back to your day job and leave the politics to people with more brain cells. But the collective 73 brain cells the Republican right have, you know, they need to assign some to Candace.
Say, hey, it's actually not cool to be a victim. There's no value in being a victim. You win no awards for being a victim, unless you're Colin Kaepernick.
Oh, God. And yeah, I agree. The USA is not a theocracy as much as the Republican right wants you to believe it is, the conservative right. 900 times 365 times 48 does not equal 18 million. Yeah, the USA is not a theocracy. No country should be a theocracy in this day and age, but sadly some of them still are. But they really want it to be, is the thing. They really want to have their theocracy because theocracy means very strict, rigid control. A lot of antinatalist people in the last few weeks specifically have been calling into AXP or Matt Dillahunty's show, and they can't get past first or second point because they have a point, but they can't describe why they think their point of view is correct. People are allowed to be irresponsible, make mistakes, and still not be forced to have a baby. I agree with that. I agree. Like, let people fuck up. People should be allowed to fuck up. It's so funny that when Candace said all this shit back in 2017 when she was trying to hustle Kanye West, she claimed he would be the world leader till he stopped being a Trump cheerleader. Can tell the audience they're appealing to with bold block capital letters so their dwindling eyesight can see what they're ranting about.
I think he made a pretty sweet deal off of being a victim, so credit to him where credit is due. But the message that...
God, the whole victim blaming thing, Jesus Christ. Best NFL player to go unsigned and retire in most metrics. So many talking points, buzzwords I can say while on stage performing because that's all this is. Abortion, murder, Colin Kaepernick, I know.
He is selling to people, of course, is not going to get them anywhere. At the moment that you believe...
Is he doing anything these days, or is he just kind of quietly slinked away to just, you know, I don't know. What is it? What's he doing? Does she think he's got some big, grand... I don't know. What's Colin Kaepernick up to these days? Haven't really heard much about him since everything that's gone on. Yeah, Colin. They're so senile, one person claps and they just clap along.
That you can't, you won't.
They've got signs just outside of shot that say applause now. She wasn't playing the victim when she sued for racism.
At the moment that you believe that you can, you will. Why is that controversial?
He still supports BLM, good.
Why wouldn't the left want to tell the truth about me? That I stand on a stage and I tell people all across the country that I believe in them. That's what I'm saying. Every time I stand on a stage in a room, at a university, at a college, I say, hey guys, I believe you. I believe in you. You can do it without government handouts. You can do it based off of good ideas. You can do it based off of hard work. You can do it with Jesus Christ.
Bootstraps and Jesus Christ. What a combination. What's that cocktail? Still unsigned, doesn't have a job, is doing charity work in mostly black neighborhoods, haven't heard anything since. Yeah, does she think he has some grand grift? God, the projection.
Of course, if every single person in the world thought that, if every single person in the world woke up with confidence and said, I can do it and I can contribute, and my life, my birth has meant something, it means something to this world, and I'm going to contribute something, you would see naturally that government would shrink. That when people were faced with problems, they wouldn't run to an arbitrary welfare system. They would turn to God, they would turn to their communities, and they would nurse themselves back to health.
How does she think this works for neurodivergent people? Oh, wait, I bet you she doesn't even know the word neurodivergent.
That's what you would see. And that is why I believe in my heart that
And a lot of neurodivergence is specifically related to the capitalist culture under which we live.
I have been considered a threat to the left and
I have no money. I have no health. God will help me.
to the establishment. Kanye West, man,
Oh,
he's a
God.
wonderful man.
Still going on with the Kanye West thing. What the fuck?
It's so great to look back at everything now and to remember his song, Jesus Walks. How many of you guys know that song?
Oh, cringe. Oh my God.
And he made that song, he made that hip-hop song, Jesus Walks, because people told him that he couldn't talk about Jesus and he couldn't make Jesus cool. So he made it a number one album. He made it a number one track, talking about Jesus and feeling that Jesus was walking with him in what he was doing.
Pray away the cancer.
The gift of Kanye West isn't because he is one of the biggest stars in the world. The gift of Kanye West and that simple 7-word tweet that broke the internet. I love the way
Oh my God, please stop saying broke the internet.
Candace Owens thinks.
Christ, this is painful. Current government forces people to be poor and kicks them when they're down. Candace, no, don't change the government. You can get back up. Yeah, right. All the white people in the audience right now going, no. And now he's the Phantom of the Opera.
Is that he opened people's hearts and people's minds to a different perspective. The gift
What different perspective? Christianity has been the norm in Western civilization for as long as it's existed. What different fucking perspective? Can we move on? Yeah, I think we're done. I can't stomach the last 2.5 minutes of this shit. Jesus fucking Christ, Candace, shut your face. What in the world? Can we just remember the fact that Kanye is a proud non-reader of books? Oh my God. Insufferable. Anyways, where were we? We were Margaret Sanger. Anyway. Oh, I get it though. I get it. Let's talk about welfare though. Let's talk about welfare. Let's talk about the welfare system, shall we? In Australia at the very least. Heard he likes fish sticks. How's it going, buddy? Let's talk about some Australian news. Let's move on to something else. Like the rest of them, can we apologize and be forgiven for watching the content? I kind of want to round out the night by watching James Stephanie Sterling's latest video if we can. If you want to. It's up to you folks, I suppose. But anyway, Centrelink chasing 11,000 welfare recipients over 32 million in pandemic-related debts. Centrelink and debt collectors working on behalf of the Australian government have been chasing people to pay back millions in welfare money allegedly overpaid to them during the COVID-19 pandemic. Here's an idea. How about you don't? It comes as companies hold on to $4.6 billion in JobKeeper benefits despite recording profits, raising allegations of double standards. Yet experts say Centrelink's role in chasing alleged overpayments is a long-standing bureaucratic issue that goes far beyond the current government or COVID-19 crisis. Regional Queensland woman Deborah Tidbury is one of the welfare recipients who have been pursued by Centrelink this year to pay back money after receiving both JobSeeker and JobKeeper during the pandemic. The whole system is just wrong. It's just wrong on so many levels, but when you're not a part of the system, you just don't get it, she said. The system is completely stuffed, and that's putting it quite politely. How many people owe COVID money to Centrelink? Services Australia revealed that as of April this year, it had identified at least 11,000 people who owed a total of $32.8 million to Centrelink. The department that runs Centrelink said these debts were due to people getting welfare such as JobSeeker or AusStudy. Yes, Eat the Rich. Can we get some Eat the Rich in chat? While also receiving JobKeeper income support from their employer. I'm surprised that the algorithm allows that, by the way, but fuck it, whatever. Until it was axed in March, JobKeeper was managed by the Australian Taxation Office, which paid money directly to eligible companies that then passed it on to workers as a $750 weekly payment. A lawyer who represented people with Centrelink debt said it appeared many of the alleged Centrelink overpayments being raised this year happened when people were given overlapping income support by the two separate departments. We call them pandemic-related debts, Social Security Rights Victoria Principal Lawyer Emily Singh said. That's an entire phrase. Social Security Rights Victoria Principal Lawyer. It's a whole... What's your role? I'm a Social Security Rights Victoria Principal Lawyer. What we're seeing is that they generally relate to the overpayment of job seeker because people were getting job seeker and job keeper at the same time. Ms. Tidbury believes her Centrelink overpayment happened early in the pandemic. She had been working full-time at an industrial bakery on the Sunshine Coast for 6 years when COVID-19 hit in early 2020. When the pandemic hit, I was just like everyone else. My job disappeared overnight, she said. It had nothing to do with Centrelink I had nothing to do with Centrelink for 18 years, so it was all very new. I just went through the process of signing on to get JobKeeper. Ms. Tidbury said she did not receive job seeker payments for several weeks and was later transitioned to JobKeeper through her employer at the bakery. Early in the pandemic, she said she saw she had been paid a week's too much job seeker support and called Centrelink straight away to inform that there had been an overpayment. They told me no, they'd have only given me a payment if I was entitled to, and if there was a debt, I'd receive a debt payment down the track, Ms. Tidbury said. I left the money in my savings account, which I'm so pleased I did. We have paid you too much. Almost a year later, in February this year, Ms. Tidbury received letters from Centrelink telling her that she had been overpaid and to pay back the $550 in the COVID-19 supplement and the $498.59 in JobSeeker. The ABC has cited the letters sent to Ms. Tidbury. We have checked your payment and found we have paid you too much, one reads. Ms. Tidbury said she was absolutely seething after reading the correspondence. It was just how it was worded, like it was my fault, like I was the one that made the mistake, she said. The ABC has found other examples of people being pursued in recent months to pay back welfare payments. In one instance seen by the ABC, a person on AusStudy who never received JobKeeper was asked to pay back $150 of the COVID supplement in May, and the request was followed up with letters in June when they did not pay. You can stop interest being applied to paying your debt or keeping to a payment arrangement, the letter to that person reads. If you delay paying, your debt may increase. Oh god, this whole thing, and it just keeps going. Oh my god, that's debilitating. Oh, I hate the welfare system that we have because it's just designed to make shit like this happen to poor people. That's what this is about. This is designed to punish the working class. That's all it ever has been. You know, systems like this specifically under the welfare system. I think the welfare system has its benefits, but welcome to the standard of the ABC. Too many words. Oh god. The mortgage scandal is a video on YouTube worth a watch if you get time. It goes into how that system allows you to never own your own home because as soon as you pay your mortgage, you need a new roof, new wiring, new windows, to which you remortgage your home. Yeah, exactly. It's almost like if the Morrison government didn't take the design of the union plan, JobKeeper, and corrupt it to be exploitable for Jerry Harveys and Solomon Lews, we wouldn't be in this problem. System failed me when they paid me less for working in the hospital with COVID than being unemployed, and they blocked the first responder bonus pay, unshockingly. Funny how these overpayments always cut one way away from the rich and always into the poor. Yeah, weird that. Fucking hate Centrelink, so do I. Wouldn't want to eat the rich. Have you seen the pictures of Rupert Murdoch in shorts? Oh god. Which has been gutted by the libs since 2004. Yeah, they definitely do overpay you just to see if you slip up. They do. It's definitely like it's a punishment system. Good night, Fox. Have a good one. And my mother has said the same thing to me, like back when she was on payments, she got overpaid a few times and she had this massive debt to repay Centrelink, and it's like, she didn't do anything to accrue that debt. It's all on their end. It's their fault. Like, it's literally not on us. If you overpay us, that's your problem. You fix it. You know? We didn't ask for that. Murdoch's legs look like rotten oak with an underground map of varicose veins. Anyways. Let's move on from that one, though. I think we get the point. I think we get the gist. Excuse me. We got a bunch of other news stuff. Let me see here. This is an interesting one. Because we were talking about climate briefly earlier. Excuse me. If you've got any other Aussie news, hit us up with it. I've got a few things here. Like, we've got some stuff we can go through. I'm just, like, asking. If you have any particular interesting stories or videos you want to watch or whatever, hit a girl up with it. But anyway. Melbourne student and climate activist runs for board seat at energy giant AGL. Ashjain Sharif wants Australia's biggest greenhouse gas emitter to be 100% renewable by 2030. Admirable goal. Do we think that's reasonable? When I say do we think that's reasonable, do we think that's accomplishable? An 18-year-old student and climate change campaigner is bidding for a seat on the board of energy company AGL. Australia's biggest greenhouse gas emitter. Ashjayin Sharif from Melbourne wants the company to phase out its dirty coal-burning power stations by 2030 and replace them with 100% renewable energy. I think AGL shareholders should consider what matters for their families and their children and realize that climate change is a defining issue of our time, he said. In a notice of the company's annual general meeting, the AGL chairman Peter Botten wrote that shareholders are recommended to vote against Sharif's nomination. Of course! I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Oh, is that what Peter Botten looks like? Oh, okay. I never would have guessed that that's what Peter Botten looks like. Anyway, moving on. The notice, which confirms Sharif will be allowed to speak at the AGM next month, says Sharif's skill set and experience would not add to the effectiveness of the board. AGL says emissions from its coal and gas power plants were 42 MT. I don't know what that means. Last financial year, unless it's a typo, 42.2 million? I don't... Oh no, it says emissions were... okay. And make up about 8% of Australia's entire greenhouse gas footprint. Also at the meeting, AGL's directors are recommending shareholders vote against a resolution asking the company to align its business with the Paris Climate Agreement to keep global temperatures well below 2°C. Megatons? Might be megatons. His face is a circle. No, but I mean, you could just generally tell with some of these people. I had this picture in my head and then I googled him and I'm like, yep, that's exactly what I thought he would look like. Mike Lindell meltdown. I did not, but I heard about it. We'll take a look at it in a moment. Sharif, a student at the University of Melbourne, said he had already experienced the climate crisis through more heat extremes than his family, some of whom live in Bangladesh, had been through floods and cyclones. AGL shareholders have power to direct real change, he said. He would push the company to become 100% renewable power generated within 9 years before we pass a turning point that leads to climate catastrophe. He said, even though I'm young and don't have professional experience in dictatorships of a company, as Australia's biggest climate polluter, you just need an understanding of what matters in protecting the future for young people. Last week, AGL's chief executive Graham Hunt called for a better plan to coordinate the closure of Australia's coal plants. The company has pledged to reach net zero in greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Sharif said it's good to talk about long-term plans, but they shouldn't be sitting around waiting for someone else to do it. Sharif, who has been involved in the School Strike for Climate campaign of marches since November 2018, said last week's UN Climate Science Panel report was terrifying and had galvanized his drive to fight for change. It was empowering because it reminded me that science and the reality that we live in is on our side. One group of 8 school students launched a crowdfunding campaign last week to finance a court fight against the Morrison government. Sharif added, for the longest time, young people have been calling for change, not chance. Ugh, I'm tired. And again, our calls have been disrespected and ridiculed or ignored, but the youth really are rising. We are seeing it. A federal court judge ruled in July that the government had a duty of care to protect Australian children from climate harm that would be caused by the expansion of a coal mining project. The government took less than a day to announce its appeal, which is due to be heard in the federal court in October. So anyway, let's have a look at what we've got here. And we'll bring this video up and we'll look at it in a second. Feel that in one sense, he shot himself in the foot saying, I have no formal experience, but at the same time he's taken that avenue of attack and disarmed it so the media can't use it against him. But we all have to start somewhere. I mean, it's admirable. It's admirable. And it seems like he's got a real passion for this particular thing. So, I mean, using that to his advantage and trying to I don't know, try to change something, you know. Something definitely needs to dramatically shift, and it needs to dramatically shift now. Because the people who are in charge of these things, they're not going to really see or feel the effects of all this climate crisis. They're never going to know the reasons why it's so bad. Nuclear gets a bad rap as far as clean energy goes. I'm pretty pro-nuclear, honestly. You know. But anyway. It doesn't need to be reasonable or accomplishable. It literally has to be done. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like we need to push for whatever the fuck that we fucking can. There was a good video by Vlogbrothers, I think, which is... I forget what his name is. Should we watch this David Pakman video? Dominion may file defamation suit against Donald Trump. Nuclear is interesting to watch up on. Here we go. I think there was another video I wanted to watch, but let's have a look at this. Oh, I didn't want to reset that song. Whatever. Anyway,
the other person who is at great risk of a lawsuit related to all of these bogus election claims.
That's not David Pakman.
Is the man himself, Donald Trump.
Whose man's is this?
Been talking about the Dominion lawsuit, and it looks like Donald Trump is not going to possibly remain unscathed from the multi-billion-dollar set of lawsuits that have gone out. The insiders reporting that Dominion law.
I love how often this is the photo of Trump. Like, it's not just this photo. There are so many photos of him where he looks exactly like this, and it gets around so much. It's fucking hilarious. I'm sorry, this is just one of his faces.
Lawyer says the voting technology company is still exploring whether to sue Trump over election lies. Dominion Voting Systems is still weighing whether to bring a defamation lawsuit against former President Donald Trump over election conspiracy theories.
It really is.
An attorney for the company said Tuesday. Dominion continues to take an evidence-based approach to investigating other participants in the campaign of lies, dating all the way back to last November. Attorney Stephen Shackelford told Insider at a press conference. The election technology company filed 3 lawsuits Tuesday morning against the right-wing organizations One America News and Newsmax. It has also sued 2 employees of OAN, as well as former Overstock CEO Patrick Byrne. Well, let me tell you, it seems as though something Donald Trump will be very keen on. If you remember, his support of opening up
Rusty Shackelford. It's a name. It's certainly a name.
Our libel laws, whatever that means, so we can sue journalists and make a lot of money. Remember this moment?
And one of the things I'm going to do, and this is only going to make it tougher for me, and I've never said this before, but one of the things I'm going to do if I win, and I hope I do, and we're certainly leading.
God, he is such a moist individual. He is so moist.
Is I'm going to open up our libel laws so when they write purposely negative and horrible and false articles, we can sue them and win lots of money.
Oh my God, Christina. So an actual raid. Yay, an actual one. Hello. Thank you so kindly for the raid and the host, Evie. This is a real raid, Christina Marie. Thank you so kindly for the raid. How's it going? Let me get off Trump's face for a dickhead minute. And we've had so many raids tonight. It's been exhausting. So I had to turn my alerts off because I keep getting this. Anyway, here's some pretty colorful lights. Welcome to the Rogue Room. My name is Abigail Beck, and we tend to do a lot of social discourse here. A lot of talking about politics, a lot of talking about what's going on in the world. What do you like to get up to? A raid that isn't transphobic. Heck yes. Area 15, thank you so kindly for the host. I will turn my alerts back on soon, but as for right now, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to have alerts anymore. You know, one of them, I'm not gonna lie. Right now, I'm gonna tell you the truth. One of the major reasons I switched from console streaming to PC streaming several years ago was so I could have alerts. I liked the idea of having alerts. And now I'm not allowed to have them because of the hate raiders that keep harassing minority streamers. Tell us all about your stream. What did you get up to tonight? What did you get up to tonight? I've got a cat here. Come on, Smudge. Sweetheart. He's there, but he's not coming up. He's looking at me angrily. Yeah, cat. You can see his ear. There he is. Why am I so cute? I don't know, because I put effort into designing a makeup look that makes me look really tired. Because when I have eye bags, I'm adorable. Not even gonna lie. Like, when I wake up and I've had like 3 hours of sleep, I do look pretty cute though. Come on. I have to bring this into the stream now because I think he's clued into the raids. I think he knows when there's a real raid going on, and that's when he comes into things. Cat, can we get some cats in chat? Post whatever cats you do have. And we're going to continue watching this David Pakman video, which is not David Pakman. I don't know who this guy is. I've never seen this guy before. Oh, it's Jesse. Okay, so Jesse must be his... Jesse Dollamore. Okay, so this is formerly blocked by Trump. I like this guy already. Anyway, let's keep going.
We're going to open up those libel laws so that when the New York Times writes a hit piece, which is a total disgrace, or when the Washington Post, which is there for other reasons, writes a hit piece, we can sue them and win money instead of having no chance of winning because they're totally protected. You see, with me, they're not protected because I'm not like other people, but I'm not taking money. I'm not taking their money. So we're going to open up those libel laws, folks, and we're going to have people sue you like you never got sued before.
Jesus Christ, like, how did people vote for this guy and not think of him as some cartoon supervillain? How did he get, like, nearly 50% of the vote? Of, like, I think he got the most votes of any president in United States history other than Joe Biden. Holy shit. How did this many people vote for this lunatic? Jesus Christ, like, and the persecution complex is ridiculous. It's honestly so ridiculous.
And make a lot of money. Because again, that's the mission of Donald Trump. That's the MO. That's the impetus for Donald Trump's existence, is to make a lot of money and to create general chaos in his wake.
I need one of those microphones and mic arms. I need one of those. And yeah, agreed, people do suck. Because Hillary was that hated. Yeah, like the accelerationism is quite popular these days. Sadly, it is. Actually, there's an article I've got that goes into accelerationism and neo-Nazis that we could look over. It's, I don't know. Celebrity power, he also tapped into people's mutual distrust of government. True. It's not him at this point. It's the brave hair Americans have, like how delusional they can be. True. My mic is very directionally nice. What do you mean when you say directionally? Like if I go over here or if I go over here, like does it actually sound particularly good or bad? I don't even know. Hillary was about to be a woman president, but a lot of men's had to say about that too. Like, don't play with my crystal lizard. Excusez-moi. That is mine, not yours. That's my crystal lizard. I'm the only one that can smack it to get tight night charts.
It wasn't just on the campaign trail in 2016, though, that he said these things. Even when he was actually president of the United States, sitting in the White House, he was committed to violating the United States constitutional, the First Amendment.
Well, I mean, that was kind of the stance that a lot of people had with the Trump-Biden election. My cat is now licking my wine glass. That's going to end well. Excuse me. It's easy to deal with background noise with directional mics. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. I mean, yeah, I've noticed that. You can isolate a lot of things with one of these kind of mics. But anyway, yeah, Trump didn't win, Hillary lost is an important thing. And that was exactly what the argument from the left was, or arguing from the Democratic side, or anything like that. And just anyone who was anti-Trump at the Trump-Biden election, is it wasn't a vote for Biden, it was a vote against Trump. That was like ContraPoints' argument. Again, like in her video, I think it was called Voting, she literally made the point of like, it's not a vote for Biden, it's a vote against Trump, which was just like a necessary evil, effectively. They needed to get Trump out, and they needed to get Biden in, even if it wasn't like, even if it was just literally the lesser of two evils in this circumstance. I'm an Australian talking about American politics. Anyway, Biden is actually decently liked in comparison to Hillary, though, because he's an old white man, but, you know. Even then, that doesn't save him from criticism, but that does mean subconsciously in a lot of people's heads, they're more likely to elect an old white man than, say, an old black man, even though... And this is where it gets interesting, is the idea that, you know, Obama was technically a mixed race president, but to a lot of people, he's just the first black president. They don't ever consider his, you know, mixed race genetics. David Pakman is getting married, so he's off for 2 weeks. Another center left and center YouTube news sites are filling in. Big cuddly bear Jesse Dollamore is an ex-US Marine, and he's really based especially on Trump and other draft dodgers and people who use ex-service people for points. There you go. Bernie got fucked. I'm not saying he was the right choice, but yeah, he really did. He really did. Can you imagine if we had can you imagine if the United States had a Bernie presidency? And I feel like I can't even just dismiss the importance that American politics has on worldwide politics. You know, I mean, this is one of the reasons that I'm so intrigued by whatever the hell the U.S. is doing a lot of the time, is because this stuff directly influences other politics worldwide. You know, whatever the U.S. is doing is going to bleed over to other countries.
Our right to free speech, that the government shall make no law abridging the free press. Remember this moment.
On a separate front, we are going to take a strong look at our country's libel laws, so that when somebody says something that is false and defamatory about someone, that person will have meaningful recourse in our courts. If somebody says something that's totally false and knowingly false, that the person that has been abused.
I want to bring up the fact that, you know, he's going stuff about like false information and all that kind of. Sorry, I'm just getting something. All of that bullshit and trying to make it seem like all these news publications are defaming him and saying false information. A lot of those news publications were publicizing legitimate information about Trump, but of course he wanted to sell the narrative that everything they were saying was false and everything he was saying was true. So like, yeah, irony up to 11. Sorry, gotta stay cute so I can pussy stunt on the gram later. Anyway.
Defamed.
Why am I putting lip gloss on when I'm in a small camera?
Libeled will have meaningful recourse. Our current libel laws are a sham and a disgrace and do not represent American values or American fairness. So we're going to take a strong...
He sounds like a whiny toddler chucking a tantrum with a higher vocabulary.
Look at that.
Not much higher, mind you. It's not fair! That's literally what he's doing. He's doing the whole, it's not fair! They're saying mean things about me that are totally true.
We want fairness. You can't say things that are false, knowingly false, and be able to smile as money pours into your bank account. We're going to take a very, very strong look at that. And
I just need to ask the question, what is a strong look? Is this like Paddington? You know, when Paddington does a hard stare? So what this is that what a very strong look is? What's a strong look? I mean, when I used to go to the gym all the time, I would scowl whenever I would take selfies. Like, is that my strong look? When I'm like taking mirror selfies at the gym and I'm flexing and I'm like, look at my muscles. I'm trying to be angry and aggressive. Like, padding word count as he's trying to think of his next talking point. It is.
I think what the American people want to see is fairness.
So again, Donald Trump wants to take a strong look at our libel laws. Because, you know, by his own account, you can't say things that are knowingly false. You just can't do it. It would be a...
Hold on, Jesse. As much as I love your big bear energy, mate, you're fantastic. We got to do this for the friends in the chat who like my muscles. Us. There you have it. He was the rich boy sent to an old military school, so technically he's a rich boy bully. He wasn't taught how to be a balanced human, just an abrasive jackass. Absolutely correct.
Beautiful, poetic irony, poetic justice. If Donald Trump was to fall underfoot, to be sued for hundreds of millions of dollars, depleting any money that he actually does have over this. After all of the bluster, after all of the nonsense about opening up the libel laws, if he was to fall prey to a defamation suit where he was found guilty and have to pay damages. Because let me tell you, Dominion ain't playing around. And Donald Trump is at risk here. And he is justifiably at risk because he has damaged our union in an attempt to overturn an election. In an attempt to overthrow the very government.
Yeah, don't tell the government that I actually own 2 very powerful guns. You know, they don't want to... I don't want to get these taken off me because that would literally mean ripping my arms out of my sockets.
Under which we live. Through his insurrection. His...
I'm just noticing something. Hang on. He's got a YouTube water bottle over in the corner there, and I kind of want it. Sorry, distracted.
Whipping up of his followers into a frenzy where they wanted to assassinate the Vice President of the United States. They erected the hangman's gallows on the lawn of the Capitol. All of these images that should stick in your mind because it is reprehensible behavior. And if in some way there could be some justice meted out via lawsuit, even a civil one, that would be good.
One of our sponsors is Force.
Oh, okay. I thought that was about the Four Sigmatic. I thought this was, I mean, Dominion, yeah, I know about the Dominion thing. But I thought this was about Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy. I thought that's what that was about, but anyway. Where's Jesse Dollamore? I'm going to follow Jesse Dollamore on YouTube. He seems pretty pog. Anywho. That was good. That was quite good. Also, this freeze frame. I'm just going to... Oh, wrong one. Just this freeze frame. The Nazi My Pillow guy. I thought that's what we were watching. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Black with white font makes everything classy. Yeah, it's quite nice. It's quite a nice little thingy. Quite a nice little thingy there. By the way, everyone who has legitimately followed me tonight, who hasn't been a follow bot. I don't think there have been any follow bots tonight, but I'm not going to risk... I mean, there were the follow bots who were doing the raids or whatever it was. We're not done yet. I'm just saying, like, to everyone who has legitimately followed tonight, and I haven't seen you follow alert because follow alerts are just off on my channel as a protective measure. Thank you to all of you. I really do appreciate it. I don't know if you're still here or not, but, you know, I'm just going to put that out there anyway. Did I ever see the Asian racism video? Oh, let's have a look. I don't know if I did. Would it just be in Assorted Media? Let me have a look. I want to see. Where is it? Assorted Media. Let me go through here and find it. There's some footage in there. In where? Is it in Assorted Media? Is that what you mean? Oh, it might be copyrighted. I don't know when it was put in here. I can't find it. Unless I missed it. But no, I haven't seen it. I'll go back through my media section a little bit later on and I'll see if I can find it. Anyway, let's turn the music back on. Anyways. Sorry. I just got scolded for not putting a category in my live post in a Discord server. I should probably just not even bother posting in Discord servers, to be honest with you. I'm gonna check something in my channel analytics. Where do my numbers come from? Here we go. Let's have a look. Does it actually tell you where it Discord less than... Why do I even bother posting on Discord then? Discord.com viewership is less than 1% on my channel. I don't think that's even worth posting in Discord servers anymore. Check my DMs. Oh, DMs. I don't see which I have a lot of DMs. We'd be here all day. Okay, just post it whenever. Just post it whenever. Oh, I see. There it is. The unspoken truth about Asian racism. I mean, we can take a look at it, but, I mean... Oh, it's 40... I'm probably not going to watch that right now. It's 40 minutes. We'll keep the video reactions short. Anyway, let's have a look. What is this? I've got this article here that I'm looking at the title, and it's just a word salad. I don't know what that is. Yeah, not now. We'll watch it later. I'll watch it later. This is interesting. We love a bit of Clive Palmer. Should we read a bit about Clive Palmer? Here's an idea. Clive Palmer says he will sue over Western Australia's mandatory vaccination requirement for travellers. Queensland businessman Clive Palmer says he will launch a High Court challenge to Western Australia's plan to make people from high-risk states show they have had at least one dose of COVID-19 vaccination before entering the state. In a statement, Mr. Palmer claimed the requirement was in breach of Section 117 of the Constitution. By restricting free movement of Australian citizens within Australia and creating an island within an island, the WA COVID-19 eradication strategy is unconstitutional, Mr. Palmer said in an emailed statement from his United Australia Party. As of tomorrow, Western Australia will designate New South Wales a high-risk state. Which sucks, because I live in New South Wales. Can we look at the Nier Automata video about humanism? How long is it? We could. I haven't played it, though, and I kind of want to, and I would rather not spoil it for myself. Because I'm kind of interested in playing it. How much is Nier Automata? Nier. It's $47.50. Is it on Game Pass by any chance? Oh, that's my birthday. Whoops. Whatever. Yeah, it's... Oh, that's actually Game of the Year edition. Game of the Yorha edition. $47.50. That's not too bad. I am intrigued by it. It looks really unique. I would like to give it a crack. And, like, look at this big fuck-off berserk sword. Like, damn. Anyway, I'd like to research transhumanism a little bit more, actually, as well. And it earns its ending. Let me think. Okay, so unconstitutional. Mr. Palmer said, yeah. It will require anyone granted an exemption to enter Western Australia from there to show proof of at least one dose of COVID-19 vaccination and a negative COVID test in the last 72 hours before departure. Western Australia is the first jurisdiction to impose a vaccine requirement, and more states fucking should. Mr. Palmer, I went to correct myself to Mrs. Palmer for some reason. Claimed it was unconstitutional and discriminated against the people of New South Wales. People from New South Wales have contacted me saying they don't want to be vaccinated as a result of the side effects of the vaccine. You know what the side effects of the vaccine are? Significantly worse than having COVID. Maybe think about that, dickhead. Serious side effects from the COVID-19 vaccinations are extremely rare. Funny that. The former federal MP said he had briefed a team of solicitors and will start High Court proceedings within the next 14 days against Mr. McGowan and the WA government. The WA government continues to introduce extraordinary legislation into its parliament, he said. Mr. McGowan's policies in no way reflect a pushback against compulsory vaccinations of workforces that we are seeing by the big mining companies amid a major labour shortage in the state. Labour is destroying the WA economy and the rights and freedoms of its people. Mark McGowan has no regard for the Australian Constitution or for what it stands for. You mean profit? Is that what you're getting at there? You want more profit, Mr. Palmer? The High Court said it had not received any documentation or notification from Mr. Palmer. Legal threat follows earlier loss. In November last year, Mr. Palmer lost a High Court challenge against Western Australia's coronavirus border closure. The question put to the High Court was whether Western Australia's Emergency Management Act and the directions to close the border in light of the coronavirus pandemic breached Section 92 of the Constitution. Chief Justice Susan Kiefel said at the time the court had found the act complied with the Constitution and the directions did not raise a constitutional issue. Mr. Palmer was ordered to pay costs. Real raid incoming, poggers. Well, we just had a real raid though. We got at least one real raid. Now we're gonna get another one? Based. Hey, Story Girl, hello. How you doing? Welcome in, friends. Welcome to the Rogue Room, a place of warmth and welcoming and acceptance and learning and stuff that's good. Welcome to a place of stuff that's good. I'm Abby Beck. I do things. I talk about stuff and issues and the gradual degradation of our society. I'm in Doomer mode tonight. What's happening, folks? Anyway, what's happening? Welcome in, Raiders. Felt a bit weak from your second vaccine, but would rather go through that again than get COVID. Exactly. I've heard of the symptoms of COVID. I've heard of the symptoms of Delta variant, and I'm fucking terrified. I'm getting my vax as soon as I fucking can, and I'm avoiding everyone until that point. The State Labour Party, which wiped out the Liberals down to 2 seats at the last state election. Okay. Is that about Palmer, is it? Anyway, he played Nier, Automata, Replicant, and maybe I'm biased because I'm obsessed with body augmentation, AIs and stuff, but it really did it for me. I mean, I like the idea of stuff like Deus Ex and even Cyberpunk. Like, some of the aesthetic is really cool, but I feel like the issue is we kind of already live in a cyberpunk dystopia, but we don't have the cool cybernetic arms and eyeballs. You know, the regrettable reality of the situation. We are having a great night. It's shockingly, we haven't had any hate raids. We've had a few attempted hate raids, but it didn't work. So, based. Would I lose a limb for augmented legs? Is it one of my legs? Do I lose my legs and then get augmented legs? Because yes. However, the problem there is I'm a bit of a fitness addict, and how am I going to guarantee that those augmented legs are going to allow me to stay in shape? Is the thing. You know. Are they going to work exactly functionally the same as my biological legs and thus allow me to keep working out and keep burning calories doing cardio? How's that going to work? That's what I'm curious about. You know. Make my own legs. I will admit though, I've seen some prosthetic legs for people who've actually lost limbs, and like they look fucking badass. But I wouldn't envy them, because nothing against people who've got prosthetics, but they're nowhere near the sci-fi future legs that have got guns in them and shit. I have seen some really cool looking prosthetics. I still wouldn't want to lose a limb, At any rate, you were streaming politics. What were you talking about tonight, Story Girl? I want to know. What were you getting up to? How would the process of getting cyborg limbs work? I've got to watch Ghost in the Shell. I'm kind of tempted to watch it tonight. How can I watch Ghost in the Shell? Not the Scarlett Johansson one. Is it available anywhere? Watch Ghost Whisperer? Fuck no. Jesus. It's on YouTube. I might just watch it on YouTube. From $4. Why not? I've only seen... I don't want to watch it now. Is it only an hour? No, wait, that's a preview. Never mind. I was going to say, is it only an hour and 11 minutes long? No, that's a preview trailer thing. I've watched a bit of Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, which was really cool. Anyway, it's always available. Shh. Had some 23 centimeter idiots. Yeah, I've had those. And I should probably ban them from my channel. Let me just scroll back to like the earliest things that we've had going on. And I'll ban the ones that have actually done that shit, because that's not poggers. So I'm pretty sure people have been getting follows from certain accounts. And then those accounts have later on hate rated the stream somehow. Can I like select text? I can't seem to select text. Yeah, account created 8 hours ago. You can get blocked. I'm checking these now. You got me on edge. Followed this morning, so you're real. Yes, good. But yeah, I can check that like some of them are like account created 13 hours ago, no followers. So yeah, they're doing some fuckery. I don't know how this is working, but they're doing some fuckery that is to facilitate hate raids, I think. What some people have said. This one's called I Love Vorsh. Like, I don't know what's going. I don't know what kind of technical fuckery. Devil 23 is no relation to 23 centimeters. Well, there you go. Well, we got Vax cause autism. Account suspended or deactivated. Oh my goodness, that's fucking great. And then I think that's where the hate, the attempted hate raids dropped off. Oh no, we got one more. We got Lucifer 23 centimeters block. Get stick bugged. This one already got account suspended or deactivated. This is great. And then I think all the raids since then have been legit. Fantastic, Pog. Is there a significance? I don't know, honestly. Maybe the length of my cock. Not that they know. Get stick bugged. Anywho, just ignoring what I just said. In its statement, Mark McGowan said border control measures were for the protection of Western Australians. The Delta variant is running rampant across the country, and I'll do everything I can to keep Western Australia safe. We've always followed the health advice, and this has protected the health of Western Australians and kept us safe. He should put a stop to this legal challenge. Vaccination is the way out of this COVID-19 pandemic, and its merits are based on the latest national health advice and is in line with the national plan to respond to COVID-19, which is very poggers. There's more trolls. Yeah, we're getting a whole lot more of trolls and hate raiders and things like that lately, because it's just, I don't know what exactly it is. I think some exploit has been found in the system, and these hate raiders are using that to create numerous bot accounts, spam certain minor. Yeah, I banned that one. I blocked that one. What was it? They've been spamming people. They've been filling up chat with hate speech and then spamming follows and all this kind of stuff. So they've discovered some kind of exploit in the system that's allowing them to do that. And apparently it's also linked to certain accounts on Twitch. Like if a certain account follows you, you'll later be hit with a hate raid, is what some people have deduced. My charger thing is not working all of a sudden. There we go. Oh, it doesn't need a charge. My phone's full up. It's not laundry day. This is just a cute look. What? I like my strappy tank tops and my hoodie. I want to get a black hoodie so I can do this thing and have the whole... this look is cute. Don't get me wrong, but I want a black hoodie to do this. Jordan got a hate raid followed by yesterday and found the troll's mum on Facebook. Oh, really? That's interesting. Yeah. Been hit with them too. It's just exhausting at this point. It's enchant. Oh, yeah. Had to scroll so hard through your Twitter you found it. Okay. Have to go, Radio Skylar. Thank you, Skylar, for hanging out tonight. Have a good one. Permission to link something very cool if you want. You're a tiny channel because they're just like targeting anyone, I think, based on the tag system. Like, I've got the transgender LGBTQIA plus tags on my stream. And then you've got other streamers who are like BIPOC streamers who've got the different race tags on their streams. And it's like, oh, laundry day time for some peg. Look, I'm in a topping mood, alright? Warning you. Anyway, moving on. As I posted on Twitter earlier today, it's Abigail's horny arc. So Zhao Yang, Prosthesis and Accessories by Yvemin. Interesting. So, okay. So that's a prosthetic leg. Alright. That's pretty cool. That's awesome. I love it. Motherfucker included his Twitter handle. I mean, that's something. That's something, at least. That helps us shut it down a little bit. Anyways. We're kind of at the end of the stream. Do we want to do anything? Do we have anything in mind? Kind of at the tail end. Actually, do I have anything in my watch later really quickly? I wanted to watch... well, we were going to watch this, but we never got around to it. Joe Rogan shifting further right or just spewing incoherent talking points. Which is a Majority Report. Sam Cedar video. Do we want to watch that? Or alternatively, we could watch the dystopian reality of all those inspirational stories. I feel like I watched this one. Which was Some More News. Cody Johnston. Do you want to watch this one? The Sam Cedar one? Oh no, Sam Cedar, what a fucking nightmare. There's also a Jim Sterling video that just came out today. Oh, I've watched the transgender video. Fuck me dead. Already watched Envy by ContraPoints. Why doesn't it, if I watch a video, why does it not remove itself from my watch later list? Why does it not do that? My watch later list is so full of bullshit. And as in, oh yeah, the mathematical symbol. Yes, they've done that to get around, to circumvent the typical censor system. So that's interesting.
Rogan now on vaccine passports.
Can't do what you want to do unless you do what I want you to do.
By the way, I need to get myself a nice little GIF that sits up in the corner that's like maybe I can trigger like a little animation that does the thing that like what happens on like Vorsh's videos, or it's a little subscribe thing, and I can just have it play while I'm recording a YouTube video segment, and then I just don't have to worry about integrating that into my videos later on. I really need to integrate some form of subscribe button thing on my YouTube videos. Because the call to action legitimately works. It's a psychological tactic to get you to subscribe to me YouTube channel. Which has actually shot up in subscribers recently quite a bit. Not a lot, but I'm up to like 1,440 subs right now, which is pretty cool. No, just like a little thing that's like clicking the subscribe button. But I think what I'm going to do for the time being is just like have the subscribe button flash up. N-Chan as a placeholder, 4chan, 17chan, 88chan, whatever. Oh, I see. If you found their Facebook, imagine what someone could do with the right abilities. It could also highlight the fact that you contacting them is less of the scary options available to someone who can use the internet correctly. Let's see what Rogan has become. Let's have a look at this.
I mean, Don Lemon was talking about that openly on CNN.
Yeah.
Don't have a vaccine? Can't go to the supermarket.
Yeah,
don't have a vaccine? Can't go to work. Like,
it's so strange that people want to say things like that. Like, that's the thing that blows me away. Why do people want to?
Because they're dumb.
They're dumb.
Right? They're dumb. They don't understand history. They don't understand human beings. They don't understand human nature. They don't understand the history of every single country that's ever existed other than the United States. Up until 1776, every fucking country that has ever existed was run by dictators.
Right.
All of them. This is the first one where you had elected officials. This is the first experiment in self-government that actually worked, and it created the greatest superpower the world's ever known. It created the greatest cultural machine.
Yeah, well, no,
the greatest
this sounds wrong, doesn't it?
machine.
We've got to take this a bit, I think, in chunks. So he doesn't seem to understand history. We've had vaccine mandates for quite a while for you to go to school, for you to do other things, for you to participate in society. So this is
in this country.
In this country, which is not the only country that is a democracy, that is not a dictatorship. So that's another incredibly Americentric and ignorant view, while he calls other people's fucking stupid.
Yeah, here's a little bit of American history. Ben Franklin, when he was younger, was an anti-vaxxer and published anti-vax stuff for smallpox stuff, and then later lived to regret it after he lost a child to that same disease.
All right, but let's continue here.
Superpower the world's ever known. It created the greatest cultural machine, the greatest machine of art and creativity.
Everything that isn't America is a dictatorship. Yeah, Americentric, yeah.
And innovation right fucking here. And how did it do that? It did it through freedom. Because when you give people freedom, you let people do whatever the fuck they want to do, they actually find ways to succeed and grow and thrive. But as soon as you put the boots to them, as soon as you tell them, you have to do this or you can't do that, you have to listen to me, now you have a mini dictator. You have one step away from a king. You have a
slippery slope fallacy.
One step closer. You're moving one step closer to dictatorship.
Push me one step closer to the edge, and I'm about to break watching Joe Rogan, who doesn't know what he's talking about.
That's what the fuck is happening.
Like that edict that we had in this country where you can't have child labor. Like, we're going to have child labor laws. You can't do that. You have to send your kids to school.
Which is a form of child labor. Don't force my children to go to school. I'm joking. For the record, I am joking. You have to give me money or you can't have my stuff. Oh my god, dictatorship.
I mean, it's...
Joe Rogan gives me a weird vibe too, especially as someone who used to routinely and religiously consume his content a couple of years ago. I was that person who was going down the Joe Rogan pipeline, and I'm glad I was able to yank my dumb ass out of it and become a woman instead. Far better experience.
Aside from the vaccinations that the kids need when they're at school, if they want to attend there, like these mandates, like you need to pay Social Security taxes. A mandate, incidentally. Keeps 2/3 of our elderly out of poverty. Building codes, which I know that he appreciates. You know, the freedom for building codes. Like, I mean, this is not consistent with some things that he said in the past.
No, there's a shift here.
Well, I don't know if there's a shift or there's just like, he's just not, his thinking is just not consistent, but continue.
Well, I mean, that's okay. But I'm just shocked just really quickly at how revelatory he thinks his American exceptionalism is, but
closer. You're moving one step closer to dictatorship.
Is it the money? Has the bajillion-dollar Spotify contract money just transformed him into an ultra-conservative? I mean, would you be shocked with how often he platforms conservatives and, in some cases, outright fascists? I wouldn't be.
That's what the fuck is happening. That's what's going to happen with a vaccine passport. That's what's...
Like, doesn't he stream daily and have guests on daily? That's definitely going to shift your worldview in a pretty significant way. When he's constantly having all these different talking heads on that are feeding him all different types of information. Can we have a CW for drug use in the future? It's not like a major trigger, but I get angry. Oh, true. Sorry.
Gonna happen.
I've got to work on content warnings. I want to flash up content warnings on screen. I feel like that'd be a good idea. I'll work on that tomorrow. That's a good idea.
If they close borders, you can't enter New York City unless you have your papers. You can't go to here unless you have that. You can't get on a plane unless you do what I say. And people say, whoa, it's all about protecting people from the... No, it's not. It's not, because we've shown this is a fact. Just a couple of months ago, the idea of a breakthrough case was unheard of. Nobody heard of anybody catching COVID that had a vaccine, right? That was the whole idea. You get a vaccine, you don't have to worry about it. Now we know not only do you get it, but you can spread it.
This feels like a detrans argument. Is it just me? For anyone who's not familiar, there's a big movement among TERFs to use detransitioners as a way to debunk trans people, right? And detransitioners are like an extreme minority amid an already extreme minority, right? It's not a common circumstance. It feels like that's the same kind of thing he's trying to do here. He's trying to use an extreme minority to disprove the vaccine thing. It's like, look, this person got vaccinated and they still got the COVIDs and they could still spread it.
But
that's what's going to happen.
Some people have died. Apparently, it's a small number. I don't know.
Yeah, right?
What the numbers are, but I know that most people who get vaccinated, when they do have the disease, they have a better time of it than the people who are unvaccinated. But where are the people out there calling for people to get healthy? Where are the people out there calling for people to lose weight?
It's not about the fucking weight loss, Joseph. Jesus, cunting fuckwit Christ. Oh my God. It is nowhere near the same thing. Nowhere. It's not even the same ballpark. Jesus fucking hell.
7.
Now, wait a second. See, this is what's so muddled about this. I can't tell if he's saying that. I can't quite tell what his argument is here in terms of like the vaccinations. We don't know.
Yeah, it's almost as if when your data set is constantly updating, you get different data. Crazy that. Someone not in the right mind with that kind of information is a very dangerous person. Happy that being double vaxxed just means you most likely won't die from COVID. Exactly. They're doing fat phobia while talking about vaccines. This is exactly the same kind of Gish Gallop bullshit that Candace Owens was on about earlier, and that we've seen with like Ben Shapiro and all that. He's just got like a topic that sort of, if I can bring in some kind of weird segue into this to unnecessary, like again, you're absolutely right. He's just dragging fat people into the discussion. They weren't a part of the discussion. Why aren't people losing weight? That's not the problem here. That is not the problem here. And even then, if you were to try your absolute damnedest to lose however many kilos or pounds or whatever it is to get yourself in a healthy weight range, and we could go into a whole discussion about healthy weight ranges and all that kind of bullshit. But it's like, yeah, it's like that being fat equals being unfit, or doesn't equal being unfit. And he has this mindset that if you are just healthy, if you're just eating a healthy diet and you're exercising, you're not going to die of COVID. It is entirely unreasonable to expect the entire population to switch their way of living that radically. It's entirely unreasonable, especially with a population that deals with as many health issues and as big of an obesity crisis as America does. And it's like, yeah, I mean, maybe it's perhaps fat-phobic of me to bring up the fact that there is an obesity crisis, but like the point I'm trying to make is, statistically speaking, there are far too many people for him to just immediately think that the country's just going to click their fingers and change all their dietary and exercise habits overnight and suddenly become healthy enough that everyone survives COVID and we no longer need the vaccine. It's not gonna fucking happen.
There's a variant. We really don't know. I mean, at this point, it certainly appears that the vaccine inhibits your ability to get.
Wait, did he get scurvy? Did he get scurvy?
Hospitalized to get severe COVID. It certainly appears that way. We don't really know if it inhibits your ability.
Yeah, right. Humans can't all come together to take a vaccine, but everyone will change to be super healthy. Oh yeah, that's gonna work.
To pass it on at all. It may be just a question of like, it has 10% efficacy in terms of like your ability to pass it on.
Fine.
It has 10% or anywhere from 10 to 60% to 90% efficacy. The point is, this is a pandemic with a novel a pathogen, and we just don't know. And the idea that this is simply some way of trying to like control the population for the sake of becoming a.
How does smoking help prevent COVID? Or do you just mean it'll keep people away from you?
I don't know who is supposed to.
I'm definitely I'm assuming you might be joking about that particular point. Maybe, I don't know, but I wouldn't be in a rush to, like you said, nobody in a rush to advertise that. I wouldn't be in a rush to defend smoking by any stretch of the imagination.
Be the dictator here? Was it, is it Anthony Fauci is the dictator?
Well,
where was this guy?
No, it's Dan Andrews, Dictator Dan. Can we get some Dictator Dan is the man's in chat? I want to go live under Dictator Dan. Let's go. Let's move to Melbourne. I can't move to Melbourne. I'm in lockdown. Fucking sucks.
When he should have, when Bloomberg said no more 20-ounce or 40-ounce sodas.
Well, he should have been. I would imagine he's against that, but that's.
But that's what he's
trying to make the point of, if everyone can come together to get a vaccine, then why can't we come together to lose weight and be healthy? Good question, but we struggle enough to get people to do one thing, let alone lifelong being healthy. Yeah, exactly. And as someone who has made it a point in her life to. And I did make a radical shift from a dramatically unhealthy lifestyle to at least a reasonably healthy one, arguably, whatever that means. Sean, hello! Hello again. Can we get... Dictator Dan is a competent dictator. Hello, Raiders. Welcome to the Rogue Room. My name's Abigail Back, and tonight we are, watching Joe Rogan, apparently. How did your stream go? Tell us all about it. What'd you get up to? Let's put some colors on. Raids. Legitimate raids. Dictator Dan is a competent dictator. Hey, I pressed the chant button and it didn't do it. Oh, ow. I've still got this pain in my arm. I think, yes, the real Sean from the YouTubes. From the YouTubes. And I was watching your videos earlier, actually. I can't remember which one I watched today. Was it today or yesterday? I was watching one of them, at the very least. Very well put together videos. I am envious, as all heck. But, oh, God. Why have I hurt my arm? Getting stabbed in the arm is a lot easier. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too, right? With the vaccines thing, it's you get the jab, and then 12 weeks later you get the next jab, and you're fine and dandy. That's significantly easier than radically changing your diet, radically changing your exercise regimen, radically changing a whole bunch of different lifestyle factors, breaking habits, building new ones. Like, it's a huge thing that Joe Rogan is dramatically dismissing. And I say this as somebody who lived a life of really fucking shitty habits, and then I made all those changes actively to get in shape, to get lean, to have an arguably healthier lifestyle. But now I've got mystery pain in my arm that feels like I've gotten a vaccine, but I can't get one yet because Australia is garbage. At any rate, anywho. That's just, yeah, that's a whole thing. Recent evidence review by London researchers suggests people who currently smoke may be less likely to be infected with COVID. One study suggests this could be because nicotine interferes with ACE2 receptors, which may prevent the virus from entering cells. From the 10th of May 2021. To have amazing guns. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? That's all it's about. That's the only reason I started losing weight and getting healthy, so I could do this. What the... Something just came off. Anyway, arm hurts from holding all these feels. No, stop. I've got feels. I'm not allowed to have those. Anyway, shall we continue on? Dan's pretty poggers if you're not trying to protect some culturally significant trees. I mean, true. Clara, thank you kindly. Swoon at the Gun Show. I'm giving away the flexes tonight. They're usually a channel point redeem. And I'm just like, no, you know what? I'm going to be polite to my audience and I'm going to show them the guns. Because you deserve it. You've earned it. You're good people.
He's coming in at the end. Like, where are the people saying that you should stay healthy? I mean, that's why we don't have those massive big gulps anymore. So people can't just drink that soda, the sugar water. That's why
Did they get rid of big gulps? What's this you've sent me, Nicole? What is nothing? I'm going to save that for later. I am going to save that one. I like it. The small drinks are the size of my head.
They outlawed those trans fats. They were essentially plastic. The same
also,
people
isn't he smoking a fucking cigar as he's talking?
Yeah, did they get rid of the big gulps? Did they get rid of the big gulps? Nothing. Everyone's redeeming nothings to call me a cunt. I feel like I need to put in a call to action right now. Everybody needs to redeem a nothing if you can afford it to call me a cunt. Go ahead.
Lecturing people about being healthy? Like, are you going to say that people can't smoke? Or
what the hell happened with the microphone now? That's weird. What is Big Gulp? It's a really huge cup that's like, I mean, maybe it's like gas stations or whatever it is. You just fill it up with soda.
You can't.
We did.
Well, okay, then what? Then where are you getting off about freedom? Vaccines keep people healthy. That's exactly what the whole concept is.
His argument could have been and was applied to rules about not smoking in public buildings, to seat belts, to, I mean, we could just go on and on. I mean, why? Like, if you take his argument to its natural extension, why can we allow building codes?
And I mean, it's also just fatuous that he's looking across the world and comparing governments. Like, no, you don't. First of all, forget what he says about 1776. It's just like the basic idiocy. But right now, there are all sorts of governments that are like the UK, for instance, vaccines. If you want to go to an
just like watch as Twitch finds some way to justify censoring, spacing the letters out of a swear word so you can't use them in a chant, and prioritizing that over all the hate raid bullshit.
nightclub. It's not because there's been any like sort of march towards dictatorship that wasn't evident before COVID. It's just this is a public health measure, you idiot.
Well, I mean, if
yes,
people who any child.
He's smoking as or did Emma say this? He's smoking a cigar while he's talking about health.
Child or anybody should be.
And I mean, I'm. Let's be honest. I'm like this close to being a functioning alcoholic. So when I talk about health, you should call me out. But still, I'm handgunned.
Well, to get into a club then, like why? I mean, maybe he'd actually argue that 21 shouldn't be the drinking age, but there are restrictions for nightclubs. Now there's an additional one for a vaccine in the middle of a pandemic.
And the interesting thing here is there was, Ben Burgess had a tweet the other day where it was something like, people should not.
I just want to bring up, and I do this a lot myself. I just love that when we're talking about serious political shit, there's a tweet is such a common phrase nowadays. There was a tweet posted by this person.
Should not, make the mistake.
How about this, Reaper? I drink energy drinks and alcohol, and I have an abusive relationship with coffee. So I'm probably going to die at like 42.
The idea of a...
Actually, I'm looking forward to it.
A vaccine passport, or basically saying vaccine requirement to, let's say, go on a plane.
So did you see the little animation up the top of the screen just there a second ago? Hang on, I'll rewind it. You see how it's got the little subscribe button? The little arrow comes along and clicks it.
A vaccine passport, or basically saying vaccine requirement to, let's say, go on a plane, right?
I could probably just get one for free off somewhere and just like insert it into my videos.
Commercial, to engage in certain commercial activities.
You're having fun, it would be super fun. A hype train, it would be super fun, Amanda. Thank you for the 200 bits. Can we get a hype train going? Although, I have been saying how I shouldn't be promoting giving money to Twitch and instead promoting support off the website, which is a thing. Because, I've got down the bottom corner there, support. Because I want to drive income to Patreon and coffee. And if you guys are guys, gals, non-binary pals, if you're interested in what I'm doing here on the Rogue Room, please head over to my Patreon where I have a $1.50 tier. Or you can make a direct tip to the Boobies Fund. As you can see here, I'm trying to afford top surgery over my coffee. But anyway, I'll take any income, honestly. I'm a filthy whore for money. Let's be honest with ourselves. I just lap that shit up. Why do I not have a coffee command? That's a good question. I do have a coffee command. I've got this one, but I haven't briefly disappeared to get coffee. I'm still.
And of course, the
right
government's not mandating this. The companies themselves are.
Yeah, well, it's a dictator. It's a broad, amorphous, hundreds and thousands of people dictator.
But the interesting thing here is, if that is coercive, which I think it is coercive. That's the whole idea about public health, is you are trying to convince people to be healthy for the sake of the broad public. Imagine how coercive it is if you're the only source of income. If you're saying that it's coercive to say that you need to do something before you get on an airplane, why just stop at your understanding at just the idea of vaccination? Why not also include the idea of pay?
Well,
why should I be forced to pay any more than I should be forced to get vaccinated?
Why should you be barred from drinking and driving, right?
Well, that's, exactly.
That's an anti-freedom measure. That's not a public health measure. So what if you get behind the wheel and you hit someone and kill them? That's infringing upon your God-given right to do what you want.
His argument would be when you drink and drive, you're endangering other people. Well, Hello. During a pandemic, if you do not take all the measures that are available to mitigating the pandemic.
He was being facetious. That whole segment was sarcastic. He's very deadpan, though. I think they're both very deadpan when they're doing their sarcastic bits. You got to be paying attention.
And yes, we do not have a direct correlation. We cannot say, because it is a new pandemic, because this is a novel coronavirus, as we used to call it, we don't know exactly what the efficacy.
Honestly, Sam strikes me as kind of one of the most left-wing voices on. You're referring to Rogan, yeah. I know you're referring to Rogan Reaper with the whole "it's a dictator" argument and the elements of the Jews type of argument. Yeah, you're very sleepy. So am I. Sorry, but yeah, like of the leftist commentators I've seen on YouTube, Sam Cedar strikes me as like one of the most left. You know.
See if anything is going to be. It's quite possible that it turns out that the J&J they're saying may actually be more effective.
Right. Well, that's
than Pfizer and Moderna. We don't know. We're talking about collecting data, and of course, it's that much harder to collect data because you got people out there saying that, like, well, I'm not going to be subjected to collecting data.
And can I make the point here? Can I interject among Emma and Sam? Can I just put myself right between them? Because oh my god. Sorry, not a thirst moment. Let's move past that. I saw someone recently because there has been talk about giving the vaccinations to kids, and which I don't think they're doing anywhere yet. I haven't seen any mention of them. Oh, Leo, a hype train is close. Thank you so kindly for the tier 1. I mean, we could do a hype train if you want. I don't have anything set up for a hype train, but we could do it if you like. I'll leave it up to you folks, which means we just need one more sub or one more 100 cheer of bits, I think, or 200 cheers of bits. Or a cheer of 200 or 100 bits. I forget. At any rate, it allows me to continue doing the show, so you might as well do it. It's a good idea, trust me. You like the content, you should support the content. Anyway, what was I going to say? UK are allowing it to be given to 16 or 17, but only Pfizer, and I don't think... were we talking about before, like kids, and I mean, kids are probably still susceptible to it, but less so, seemingly, to COVID? I don't know how that works out. Maybe... Are there any... There we go. Half-gendered monster. Thank you so kindly for the tier 1. And there it goes. Hype train incoming. Can we get some hype in chat? Poggers. Netherlands is allowing everyone above the age of 14. There we go. Have a limited time to earn some exclusive emotes. Let's earn some exclusive emotes. Which I don't know. I don't know how you I don't know how you motivate people to do a hype train. What do you do? Referring to the US or other countries. Oh, I was going to get to the point of like somebody on the Facebooks must have read an article somewhere that they might be planning to start distributing vaccines to children so that they can go back to school and things of that nature. But I have not seen anything to suggest they're actually giving these vaccines to like kids my kids' age, which are like young primary school age kids. I haven't seen anything to suggest they're doing that, especially not in Australia, because we don't have enough vaccines for the adults yet. But this person was posting on Facebook a fairly anti-vax sentiment, I suppose, of I don't want them giving my children vaccines when it's a clinical trial kind of thing. So I don't know what to do with that particular information, but the way that she was sort of ranty about it, the way that she was so aggressively upset with the idea of vaccinating her kids, does strike me as a little bit off-putting, a little bit upsetting. And yeah, long COVID for younger people would really suck. And more than likely, have bits, lots of bits. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the 100 bits, Amanda. Like, one of the main reasons, and I'm going to lean heavily into the capital argument here, because I feel like that's the only way to get through to some of these idiots, is if a bunch of kids start getting COVID and then surviving it and dealing with long COVID symptoms for the rest of their life. We don't know how long COVID is going to last because we haven't got the data yet to suggest, is this going to be permanent? Are these symptoms going to eventually clear up and go away? Excuse me. But yeah, if you... Oh my god! I'll take that kind of spam. Jesus, half-gendered monster. Thank you for gifting 10 tier 1s to Karma Fox, Retail Escape Artist, Kettle Magic, Wassa Zero, Rogue Witch. I still get amused by the name Rogue Witch. Zara, John, XOX, J Victory Official, Darknet Hitman, Bon Winter, and Amateur is Bach. 10 gifted subs, very poggers. You are an entire legend. I'm sorry I don't have any alerts set up at the moment. Huge hype moment. Can we get some massive mega hype in chat? Like, can we get some? Let's see if this works. Can we get some holy... Oh, damn it. Come on. Can we get some holy crap in chat? There we go. The other rogue itch. Yeah, that was really cool. I'm vegan. I need to get myself some Bad Bunny emotes. I love Bad Bunny. She's so good. Some of you might disagree with some of you might disagree with some of Bad Bunny's stances, but she's nice to me, so I like her a lot. Like, she's a legitimately nice person to me. Holy cunt. I think, can I do holy cunt? I could do cunt before. I tried holy shit a second ago and it picked up on it. So that was weird. Anyway. Oh, hype train, hype train, hype train. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, we've got to do a giveaway this month. Oh shit. We hit a level 5 hype train earlier in the month, and I'm like on like August 2nd. 2 days into the month. We've got to do a giveaway at the end of the month. I keep forgetting that. We got to figure out what game I'm going to stream and what game I'm going to give away a copy of. Yeah, she's definitely gotten, like, I mean, a lot of people keep bringing up the fact that she, excuse me, used to lean very heavily into like edgelordy kind of shit and a lot of alt-right kind of shit a couple of years ago. And the thing is, her bio on her stream literally outlines the fact that she was falling down the alt-right pipeline and pulled herself out of it, and has now shifted much more radically left, you know? So, but I mean, she has had a few very edgy stances that still lean left. Like, pretty sure she's had some pretty rad femme stances that get people's goat, you know? Fallen on, thank you for the 100 bits. Brother asked me the same thing we were talking about before about the gifted subs. Asked the same, oh, hang on. The same thing we were talking about before the gifted subs. What were we talking about? Let me go back. Oldest brother had asked me via my mother, because you're always plugged into the internet, have you heard anything about this? As he was worried about his 2 daughters. Yeah, I've not heard anything about, like, I have not heard anything about, like, legitimately giving young children vaccines just yet. I'm sure it's in the pipeline once we've got the adult population vaccinated and we have proper statistics for that. But, you know, I imagine we're planning on vaccinating children at some point, but, you know, it's not something that's an immediate worry, I would imagine. But anyway, let's continue with this.
I mean, the fact is that it's very difficult. There is no one-to-one relationship between knowledge and our understanding of this. And... Well, yeah,
I mean, a lot of us probably did, Wassa, and this is weird because I started out, like I mentioned before, being raised in a very left-wing, very, you would argue, socialist-leaning, communist-leaning household in a lot of ways. Like, my family all had very left-wing views, and yet at some point during my late teens and early adulthood, early 20s, there was certainly a trend towards very alluring, logical and rational viewpoints that the alt-right is regrettably very effective at coercing people into. So, yeah, I think it's unfortunately very easy to fall down that train of thought because it doesn't require you to know a lot. You just have to accept the information you're given.
We do know that at the very least...
And said information makes you very comfortable with certain circumstances.
The wild type, the vaccine was wildly effective. We do think that it's mitigating the impact of Delta. And we don't have specific numbers in terms of its efficacy, in terms of contagiousness. We don't even have specific numbers in terms of its efficacy in keeping people out of the hospital.
In the next 30
we don't
seconds.
have exact numbers on how much more effective it is at preventing deaths, but we know that it's some.
Oh God, I thought you said Alex Jones for a second, which is not much better.
What? And so you do it for the same reason, in that, like, I can't tell you how many times
can we hit level 4.
Somebody gets drunk and drives. They're actually going to kill someone else or maim someone else or hit someone else.
Success.
But we know that...
We got to level 3. That's good enough. I like level 3. I got a hype train emote. What did I get? Hype cozy. Pog. Such strong support. It says level 1 completed. It says level 1 completed. We got to level 3. It was just shy of level 4. But anyway, thank you so kindly for the 12 subs, the 400 bits. You fucking legends. Thank you so much. Oh, wrong one.
There is a significant risk
Strong
of it.
hog.
And so we say no drinking and driving. And
that's a part of our culture that's been the epicenter and created.
we're inhibiting freedom there.
Well, it's almost like, Joe.
Can't get on your horse.
It's almost like our hegemonic American culture is like self-reproducing, and the fact that we're a world superpower makes it seem like our culture and our way of life and this mythology he's suddenly subscribing to is like the best of the best, which was a bizarre
but even if you
transition
think it
after
is,
calling other people stupid.
But even if you think it is the best of the best, why can't I ride my horse down the street in New York City?
Very good question. I want to know the exact same thing. Why can I not ride my horse down the street in New York City? I don't live anywhere near New York City, nor do I own a horse because I'm a poor person. But if I were to have either of those circumstances change, preferably both, I would like to ride my horse down the street in New York City and just let it shit all over the road. That'd be very good, thank you. Seems very libertarian, which in the US has been hijacked by the right. It might well be. Took me forever to split from the way you were raised, valuing religion over science and letting that define their politics. Even though you were reasonably smart growing up, it wasn't until you were 16, 17 that I actually started thinking for myself. Indoctrination is crazy powerful. It really is. And on the inverse of that, like I was raised in a very secular household and the politics were very feminist leaning, the politics were very left leaning. And I was raised to believe that people who were as radical as the right-wingers that we see today were this obscene, ridiculous, unreasonable minority that nobody was taking seriously. And now I realize just how entrenched right-wing politics are in virtually everything, But yeah, I'm glad that I'm with Reaper. I'm glad you've gotten to this point of asking those questions and opening your mind up to new ideas. It's good.
Like, my freedom has been inhibited.
Is that fine?
This country,
yes,
I will have you know, was built upon people being able to ride their horse in town. Do people forget that? Why can't we do that today?
This is more facetiousness. So we're clear.
You think that we would have...
I hate that I have to explain this, but it still feels like some people don't quite get that bit.
Become the pioneering nation that we are without the horse, and yet...
How does Emma keep a straight face? How does she do it? Have you ever seen that video of like the girl who's like down the hallway and it's like my friend can laugh without showing any facial expression, and there's just this maniacal cackling and the girl turns around, she's just like straight face going and it's fucking creepy. Emma's a trained professional.
I am inhibited
Hello, Greg.
from riding my horse down Flatbush Avenue. Like, I mean, that's the thing. Even if you accept his silly premise of we are, special and unique in the whatever way he's talking about. The idea that we have inhibited certain behavior in the past for the sake of society has been here since day one. Since day one.
And by the way, has is every society pretty much. It's just
the
a
ones
decision.
that still exist.
It's just a decision on where you draw the line.
Exactly. It's all arbitrary. And he's deciding to draw it
And
there.
they've made, and bringing it back to drunk driving, bringing it back to seatbelts, airbags, they've made the same slippery slope argument throughout history, and nothing has come of it.
Rogan saying the U.S. is the first ever democratic project. Yeah, it is immensely fucking wrong. You're absolutely right there. American exceptionalism par excellence.
Because these are public health provisions, and people fearmonger in this.
I just want to bring this up because you keep posting shit emojis, and I mean that's fine. Go ahead, do whatever you want. I'm not fussed with that. But I do want to bring to light the fact that like why is it that pictures of shit, caricatures of feces, are so... Is ubiquitous the word that I want to use? At the very least, why is this thing, seemingly reached the point of immense popularity? Like, shit's gross, right? It's gross. It's fucking disgusting. Nobody really wants anything to do with it. You get rid of it, you get it done, and you go away. You dispose of that. And yet, for reasons that elude me, I can't fathom this. I can't put this together in my head. We have made this cute little mascot thing now. It's like we literally don't want it because it's so disgusting. Why has it become this thing that we put on children's clothes these days? Welcome to Twitch. Pictures of... No, not cunt. I wasn't going to say cunt. Why do we demonize breasts, but we will gleefully display pictures of shit as an emoji? We'll make jokes. It's like... Periods, too. We demonize periods, but feces is fine. Breasts are evil. I know. It's like, what the fuck? When did our society decide, yeah, let's bring shit into the discourse? Brown colored breasts. It's like, why are we taking like one of the most disposable and disgusting things about the human body and we'll demonize other things, right?
Same way. And Rogan thinks he's being revelatory, and everybody else is so stupid as he makes 6 incoherent points back to back to back. I don't understand this turn. I mean, like, at least in the past, he was somewhat, reasonable, but maybe I'm just, growing and figuring it out as I go too.
Yeah, I think you're being generous.
Perhaps.
He has a huge audience of people who definitely do not want to hear him say things like vaccine is a good thing for you to do.
Well, because look, it's a boring take. Right? I mean, it's a boring take. Like the authorities, like I'm,
like pineapple on pizza.
I'm more or less saying that what Anthony Fauci is reasonable. Like how do you?
I mean, everything that I have heard about periods is pretty demonic. Yeah, I wouldn't want to experience the whole thing. I've had the girl period, and I'm not looking forward to it potentially happening again towards the end of this month. It may well become a regular thing for me because of the HRT. Is what I have been told by my doctors, that I might actually start experiencing those symptoms with some regularity. But I've been around cis women, and they've told me about their periods. I do not envy them, and yes, they are quite demonic.
You drive a show that way.
Well, I mean, and also he seems drawn to these anti-authoritarian or anti-establishment.
I agree, Forlorn, by the way. It is morally reprehensible to spread misinformation that will kill people. It will literally kill people.
Establishment types, no matter like
the guy on there
right?
is this right winger who from Black Rifle.
Who would have guessed? The guy that's on the show is a right winger.
Coffee company.
But it's weird to.
Why is this Black Rifle Coffee Company? It's a gun and coffee. We're gonna make a coffee company and theme it around gun.
Have a.
I swear conservatives have got like one personality trait.
Desire to profile anybody who's anti-establishment and find that to be something that you're drawn to, and then also seemingly be obsessed with American exceptionalism, right?
I mean, it's just sort of right winger stuff,
right? But well, like that, it's kind of like what we talk about with Glenn, right? We could spend time picking apart Glenn's.
Hey, Christina, how you doing? I was waiting for follower mode. Oh, were we on follower mode? We shouldn't be on follower mode. I did not realize that. We've been on follower mode this whole time. Oh my god, what? How long have we been on followers? I thought we had turned that off. Oh my gosh. I should turn it off. I mean, that might be why we haven't got a hate raid tonight, actually. Oh my goodness. Maybe we should set it to 10 minutes. At any rate. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. Yeah, because we've been dealing with the hate raid. I guess I must have just forgot to turn it off because we used it on Friday. Follow everyone, yeah. Anyway, it's a pleasure to see you. I'm so sorry about that. I did not even realize. Oh my goodness. I'm dumb. I was wondering why nobody was chatting.
New choices, but in the end, it's just like, oh, you're right wing.
I'm reminded that Chicago letter carrier. Let's not forget that Rogan got COVID at a rich person party and had the money to treat it.
I can't believe that.
When he talks about, all right, that's another thing. When he talks about people and why aren't we talking about healthcare? Okay, Joe, come out in favor of universal health care and Medicare for all on your show and talk about it every single day, because the way that we could prevent illness and long-term adverse health effects, the best way is prevention. And the reason we don't have adequate prevention in this country is because we have a completely maniacal healthcare system.
And this is also
so talk about that, dude.
Well, it's also like, look, he understands the concept of building codes, right?
Right. That's
now,
great.
But what are
Going back
building
around to the building codes? I know why. Don't mind hanging out. Know how it feels. Got followed by it once, and then tonight some random troll tried to spam your chat. Oh gosh, it's atrocious. And I mean, it's good that the followers only mode has seemingly prevented that from happening tonight, which is a positive, I suppose. I can't believe I forgot to turn it off though. That's a big L on my part. Can we get some L's in chat? Oh my goodness, I've probably like driven people away. Can we get some L in chat? Fat L. Rogan had Sanders on during his 2016 campaign, so credit where credit is due. Didn't he have him on during the 2020 campaign as well? Oh, I can't recall. Very good in-depth conversation to memory serve. But I mean, in the span of 4 or 5 years, viewpoints and mindsets can change, obviously, and in some cases radically.
But what are building codes about? They are inhibiting the market from
moist L. Oof.
Sacrificing people's health for the sake of their profit. Now, he understands that concept. Well, then, if you're worried about people's health, let's outlaw junk food. Let's outlaw junk food. Let's have government fund the creation or the mitigation of food deserts.
Yeah. Also, who's telling people to get healthy? Like Michelle Obama, you idiot.
Right, and it's not enough.
Working.
And the thing is, but that's the thing, is that it's not enough.
Right. Yeah.
It's not enough. In the same way that it's not enough to say to people, like, when you hire a contractor, hire the guy that knows what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Joe can say, like, well, look, if you take the time, you can learn how to treat your body correctly and be healthy. But the point is that most people don't live the life of a comedian. And having led the life as a comedian for, I don't know, close to 20 years, and then getting a job where I got to go to work every day, I can tell you, it makes a big difference. It makes a big difference. And then the difference between having kids and not having kids.
Well, his lived experience is that he worked in construction growing up, so he has a perspective on that where he understands these things, but everything else, okay.
Well, that's the point.
Well, now I'm a rich guy, and it's all about learning how to be healthy, right? That's enough. And that's going to be something that informs my politics and my takes. And then underneath that is this current of resentment about the COVID restrictions, so I can't do my live shows with my rich friends. Cool. You're saying something so interesting,
that's
guy.
a good
But it's really
also a good letter.
More important to
How are
like him, the person. The idea is the ideology behind it. There's no coherence to it. It is the same thing. The need from building codes is the same reason why ultimately during a pandemic you need to have people get vaccinated.
Agreed.
It is the same dynamic.
Right. I wish that one building code thing was the consistent through line, but it's the inconsistent part.
Folks, there's more of what you've just saw where that came from.
Why does he look so dramatically different there? He looks significantly older and more stressed out all of a sudden. Well, there's that. Okay, there's a little chat about the Jogan. Jogan and I think what was that video called? I forget what that video was called. Is Joe Rogan shifting more right or something like that? And, well, there we go. There's that whole debacle. Must have been during the Trump years. True. At any rate, we're way over time. I'm sorry that followers only mode was on the entire stream, but I suppose we didn't have to deal with a hate raid once tonight, which is a positive. But unfortunately, as has been demonstrated, what that says to me is that it restricts new people coming in and being able to chat, and I really don't want that. Like, I want to put that out there right now. I did not realize that followers only mode was on, and I wish it would give me some hint to that or something before I start stream. It's like I should really learn to check these settings before I go live. At any rate, I am thinking I've really been wanting to hang out in Grizz's stream for a while, and he's playing Demon Souls. I'm gonna go raid Grizz. He's fighting the Tower Knight in the DS remake, or DES remake. Thank you all so kindly for having a lovely one with me tonight. I don't know why the stream is in such low bit rate. I hope he's not... Oh, no, there we go. He's back to high res. Cool. I'm so envious that he gets to play Demon Souls. It looks so fucking pog. Anyway, we're going to go raid Grizz. We're going to go say hi to Grizz. Grizz is good people. I like Grizzly. And with any luck, you know what? Technically, I could afford to buy a PS5 right now. I'm not going to. I'm just saying I technically could. But titties come first. Titties pog. And regrettably, we have the same situation with the PS5s as we do with the vaccines. There's not enough in Australia, so I can't get one anyway. Until maybe next month, but, you know. At any rate, it's been a pleasure to have you all. Thank you so kindly for being here tonight. We'll be live tomorrow night with some more stuff. Maybe a bit more global news, maybe a bit more of that kind of stuff. I haven't got any specific topics I really want to research recently. I want to do a research stream. I've done most of my research in my video. I just got to put it all together and wrap that thing up and then start filming the bloody thing. At any rate, I shall soon have plenty of titties if things keep going the way they're going. I love your faces. Be kind to yourselves and each other, and I'll see you when I'm looking at ya.
That mem that time.